So welcome to the District 18 October Extravaganza. And today we have a lot of excitement from our speakers. And I know people are going to be coming and going a little bit, and that's okay. I understand that folks have other things to do on a Saturday, but let me tell you, this is a day you do not want to miss. Couple of housekeeping items. Let me go ahead and put my screen back up there so that we can take care of just a couple of small housekeeping items. Nothing too major, the usual, of course. So we have our online statement. This is being recorded because we do not want to miss a thing. And so if you do not want to be on the recording, either with your face or your voice, you may certainly keep yourself on mute and turn your camera off. However, this is super interactive today, and we really want you to be on your camera if possible. We want to see you. We want to see all of you. And our first speaker, of course, is saying, yes, please. Get yourself on your camera. It makes her feel good so she can see all of you. Check and make sure that your name is listed correctly so that if need be, we can call upon you. If you have questions, we know who we're going to be talking to. This will be interactive. Okay, so just making sure for those of you who are not super proficient on Zoom, although we all like to think we are now, right? Just with everything we've been going through. But still, don't forget, in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, there is the unmute and mute button, as well as coming on and off your camera. You can also go to the participants button to see who is here. Feel free to chat with them in the chat box. However, we would like you to keep that down to a minimum during any of our speakers' time frames. And the reason for that is because they're going to be using it. And we need to be able to see everybody's comments. So if everyone is really chit-chatting a lot, then we're not going to see everything. Okay, so please just keep that in mind. Also, we would ask that everyone please stay on mute while our speakers are talking, unless they say come off of mute. We also have this handy dandy button on the bottom of our screens where we can raise our hands. So if you do have a question and you do want to raise your hand, please do so. And when it is time, we will then call upon you. I will be monitoring the chat box, especially during the sessions, to help our speakers. Okay, and obviously when we have open times, you may talk freely. We'll let you know when those are as well. I am the PQD for District 18 and your Zoom host. If you have any questions, please feel free to send me a private chat. Also, our district director, Mr. Benjamin Christ, is here this morning and in the house. He is also co-hosting, as well as Tennille Coombs, our club growth director. So she is on screen as well. And I will, Tennille, make you co-host as well. I'm sorry, just didn't have a chance to do that yet. Please feel free to ask them some questions while you're here too. I mean, that's the beauty of today. It's all about education and sharing. So if you have questions you've been just burning inside and you want to get an answer to, guess what, folks? They're right here in front of you. So please feel free to also shoot them a private message, and I will keep track of those in chat too. And if I have to, I'll poke them and say, hey, read the chat box. Somebody's trying to talk to you. So please feel free. That's what we're here for. At some point in time, I'm also going to create some breakout rooms that if you need to have a conversation with someone, feel free to pop over into the breakout room and you can talk to your heart's content. Now, I don't recommend doing that while our speakers are on because you don't want to miss a thing. Okay, but that option will be there because we do want to be able to provide networking opportunities for you today. Okay, and that's what today is all about, is education and networking opportunities, and also honoring those that have really gone beyond in our district. Now, I have posted the agenda in the chat box several times. I do want to let you know of a change. We did originally have 2 educational speakers today. However, we are going with just 1 today. And I'm very excited that Ty is here. He's our Habit Strategist, which will be very exciting this afternoon. We are pleased to have our other educational speaker here by the grace of whoever you pray to, Clyde Middleton. As you know, if any of you saw on Facebook, had a little incident, well, a major incident, we'll say, last weekend, and I have fired him. So he is not allowed to speak today for his own health and safety, and he can speak in general and talk to you guys and all that good stuff, but I'm not letting him work today. He was fired. So he is going to have to listen to the doctors and keep his butt in his seat. And he is here, and we are so thankful that he is, because he might not have been. So if you have a chance, please say hi to him and let him know how much you love him, because we are very thankful that he is here today. And that to me is the most important thing, outside of me firing him. Okay, which I know Mervin just loves to hear me say that. You are fired. No, I'm just kidding. I have up on the screen the agenda as well. Please take a look. For those of you who might need to step away and come back, it is the exact same agenda that's in the chat box. There is no difference. We have our first speaker today from 10:15 to 12:15. Then we are going to have a 45-minute break for lunch, where over the break, you will have chances to network and speak with others. We are also going to be honoring our professionals who have really shined their lights and led the way in various different directions. And we have much to learn from them. And if you happen to sit there while you're eating your lunch and you're seeing a little bit of information about them, reach out to them. If you want to start a conversation, once again, we'll have those breakout rooms. Please feel free to use them. Use and abuse them. That's what they're here for, right? Then we will have our educational speaker. Our habit strategist is in the house, and he will be talking to us this afternoon, because I don't know about you, I got a lot of habits. And I looked on his list and I went, oh Lord, dude, you got to help me, because everything that you're talking about, I've got every one of those habits. So if you can help me and get me on the right track, I would love it. Then from 1:45 to 2:15, we have some really fun games with our club growth director, Tennille, and her assistant, Mark. And I will be doing my little calculations in the back to pick some people to play said games for, yes, of course, prizes, because I always have prizes, and Ben is all about the prizes. So if I didn't give out prizes, I would definitely be in trouble. And I have some secret prizes, which we will talk about once Kelly is done getting you fired up. Oh, you're going to love this one. And then from 2:15 to 2:50, we have our immediate past district director, my buddy, my pal, my love, Miss Cynthia D. Williams, who will be handing out the end of the year awards. So you definitely don't want to miss that. That is going to be very exciting. And guess what, folks? We've got some new awards this year, which is going to be really neat, honoring some of our clubs in the different divisions. So you definitely don't want to miss that, right? You don't want to miss anything. Okay. And then I will close us out along with our district director, and then Tennille as well, if she has anything she would like to add. Okay, so let's get this party started. I see everyone's got some coffee. Jacinta was just drinking hers. I've definitely got mine. Okay, so I have a treat for you guys. All right, I really do. And it is Halloween, right? Trick or treat, right? Get it? Okay, I met this woman a few months ago on another Zoom meeting, and it was very short. It wasn't that long. I think it was 15, 20 minutes. Oh, geez, oh, it was fast. And fortunate for me, I emailed her immediately after that meeting. I just had to talk to her. I didn't know what I wanted. I didn't know what I needed, but I had to know more. I was intrigued, and her energy just, I mean, oh, it was overwhelming, and in a very good way, of course. There was so much more to her than I knew. And I had to know. I had to know more. And boy, did I ever. She blew me away in, I think, 30-minute Zoom conversation we had, just talking about this, that, and the other, and our lives and things that we do and what we're about. And I just thought, oh my gosh. Oh, and I get goosebumps too when I think about it. I'm like, you know, was she a sister in another life or something? I mean, I don't know. But her energy just blew me away. Her outlook on life is inspiring. Her energy is infectious. And she can take all of us to a whole new level. And I don't mean like aliens. I mean like on this planet, whole new level, right? You are about to take a journey to the highest performing version of yourself. Buckle up and let's welcome Kelly McCormack.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to go ahead and take the share screen. Hello, everybody. I would love if as many as feel comfortable would put on your video. I love seeing the eyes of everybody I'm having a conversation with. So if you feel comfortable with that, please, please, please share yourself with the rest of us. Okay. And now I am going to give us a little visual, and we'll have visual to go along with the journey today. So here's, if anybody hasn't woken up yet with your coffee or tea like I have, here it is. I love that. Some of you started finger dancing, and I was like, oh, that's great. We got some finger dancers here. Some of you started moving your heads. All right, we're in a master class for performance. Now, what does that mean? Is that performance from a stage? Is that your performance in life? It's the latter. So I just want to be clear. If you came here and you're looking for how do I perform in Hollywood, that is not my area of expertise. But if you're looking for how do I do things in life, make meaningful things happen in the world, how do I fulfill my potential as a leader, you're in exactly the place that you thought you were. So we're going to go through several steps, and I have a 10-step process that you're going to get all 10 of those today. That'll get you from the biggest picture of what you want to create in your life right down to the smallest step of how do you do that so that you can get your brain chemistry on board and be in the zone every single day of your life. How many of you would like that? Raise your hand. All right, so we got some in the zoner types. Great, because that's where we're headed. But to start with, I want to talk through a few things. I'll tell you a little bit more about me in just a few minutes, but I also want to tell you sort of what some of my assumptions are. My belief is that every human would fulfill their potential and put meaningful outcomes out in the world if they knew how. Basically, if there was a process to realize it. Do any of you feel like you've left something on the table that you could have done in the world, but you didn't know how? Raise your hand if you feel like that happened. Okay. I felt that way too. So if we don't have a process, are we putting as much meaning into the world as is possible? Probably not. And I say it this way, that there's like invisible ropes when you don't know how to do what you need to do to create in this world. And those invisible ropes are tripping you. And if you trip and face plant enough times, how many times do you want to get back up and actually go after your dreams, your goals, your meaningful outcomes, and fulfill your potential? It gets harder and harder. So if you're missing the steps, you fall more often. But if you know the steps, they're no longer invisible, you're stepping over them, you're overcoming the obstacles, and you're getting to the end result. So let's look at this. For starters, I want to do a little hot topic, and this is where you're going to blow up the chat box, I hope. Question for you. If, and I do have my magic wand around here, so I should have grabbed that, shouldn't I have? If you had a magic wand that helped you create what you want in this world, what would you create? Just put in a few words, maybe a sentence. I would create this. Like if there was just no limitations in life, what would you create? Go ahead and start throwing those into the chat. And I'm going to be depending on Kathleen and anybody else who is involved in that. So if you see somebody else has raised their hand, I don't care who it is, just unmute yourself and let me know. I have zero discomfort with being disturbed through this. It's not a disturbance for me. I'd much rather this be about you getting what you came here for. You're spending a day, you're going into this. This is about you taking away what you want from today, okay? So feel very free to make this a conversation as much as a masterclass / speech. Right?
So we have harmony, we have no illness, peace and health, abolition of poverty. Yep. Let's see. Oh, Tammy says, I would create connections between everyone who needs with everyone who needs help. Excellent. Let's see, a government that works for its people and not themselves. Ooh, ooh, a universal language.
Wow.
Equity for all. Yes, Sharon. Oh, a sustainable solution to climate change. Nice. Oh my goodness.
Nice.
Let's see, a cohesive group working together to solve problems. Isn't that what we're supposed to be doing in Toastmasters? I'm just curious. I don't know. Maybe not. And fix healthcare. Oh, yes, absolutely. We all need that.
Excellent. And I have a question for you on one of those that you feel like this big picture would be great to have. Can you think of a way where you could take a chunk of that? Because that's an elephant, what you just spoke about. Each one of those is a big elephant. But I don't know why elephants need to be taken one bite at a time. I think that's mean. I think killing two birds with one stone is also mean, but hey, this is part of our language. So if we are going to take care of this mammoth task or this elephant, can you think of something that you could do in the world that would make some level of difference toward that? Start thinking toward that? Okay, all right. Because a lot of what we have to do is take a big picture, but we also have to get it down to something that fits who you are and what you're about right here, right now, right? If it's oversized, it's easy to walk away. If it's undersized, it's easy to get bored. So we want to find out what's the process so that you can engage at your fullest level with meaningful outcomes, fulfill your potential, and make your portion of what you put into the chat box or what you didn't, but you thought about, happen in this world. Everybody needs to have their fingerprint on this world. I think that that's more important now than ever, but we also have to understand how that happens. So thank you for your responses. Thank you for your answers to that. Let's take a look at this. If you are down at the bottom here, and if your target is up there, how many people make targets that are exactly where you are? Nobody, right? Goals are always just above where we are, or else they're just today's to-do items. So if it's go to the grocery store and you know how to go to the grocery store, you go to the grocery store. But if it's something that's bigger than where you are right now, then it feels like it's above your head. Well, we've got a couple of things to look at. I call the vision that you see, vision 1.0 is how your life looks. When you look around you, I see each of your faces here in front of me on my laptop. That's my vision 1.0. That's life as it is. Vision 2.0 is what life would be if I go out and I change the way or the direction of where I'm going to go. But then I have to have something to do with that. Guess who I am? I'm Kelly 1.0. Vision 2.0 and Kelly 1.0 don't match, do they? So we have to learn what versions of both ourselves and our vision, the way the world will look, we've got to learn to match those. Now, if they're not equal, we have a problem. So we got to figure out how that problem gets solved. How many of you just want to just take your goal and make it less? Raise your hand. I'm just kidding. I didn't think I would see a hand, and I did not, just to report to everybody. No, nobody's willing to take less in the world. But the frustration level happens when we don't find our magic elevator. Unless you found one. And if you found a magic elevator that raises you up to your vision 2.0, you let me know, because I'll make sure everybody knows about it. So we aren't at the level of our goal. We don't want to settle for less. And there seems to be no magical elevator. What does that spell? For most of us, that's frustration. To the level that we don't understand this, we can end up in a place of frustration. So I want to tell you about me and my process of getting to this, so that it at least comes from a place where you know who I am and sort of why am I speaking about this. I have been somebody who had the opportunity to go to all 7 continents. We were talking about traveling. And by the way, Kathleen, my two states that I haven't been to are Oregon and Alaska. But I've already been to all 7 continents, and this is my Antarctica trip. So just to give you a feel for kind of the background of some of this, this is Paradise Bay in Antarctica. It's one of the most gorgeous places. I had to close my eyes 3 times when I got off the ship, because it looked like I was not in reality. It felt like a cartoon or something. And I just kept closing my eyes, and then I was like, wow, this is otherworldly. And this is a younger version of me, about 20 years ago, little Kelly on the ship. I have done 100 miles of inline skating in one day. I've had the opportunity to do, that's not me, but it could be, I guess. I could wear a hat backwards, I'm sure. But I've done 31 miles of kayaking in one day. I have written and sung some of this music on an album when I wasn't a singer or songwriter. Keep going on that. I was a trainer with Tony Robbins for a time period, traveled around the world with him. And here's the issue with that. On the one hand, I could do big goals, medium-sized goals, and small goals. On the other hand, there were big, medium-sized, and small goals, things that each of you would say, how in the world did she not know how to do that? And you'd probably judge me for it, because I was so incapable of doing those certain things. I was incompetent in some areas that are just normal daily areas that you do every single day. I just couldn't do it. I felt like I was broken. I felt like there's something wrong with me. At that point, this is 8 years ago, I was 45. I don't mind you knowing my age, but I was 45, and I hit such a brick wall that it was frustrating enough that I had to do something about this. So going to 7 continents sounds fun, but if that's what you can do and build a meaningful life is not something you can do, it can lead to levels of frustration that are beyond what you can imagine. Because I know going to Sunday dinner with family is more important than going to 7 continents, at least to me. I know putting that flower garden, whether it's 1 square foot or 20 square foot in the backyard, is more important than having some huge thing on my resume. I know how deeply that fulfills you. And for me, for sure. But what I couldn't do, I was replacing with what I could, which made me look like I could do anything. So that was a bit of a frustrating point. So I felt broken. What I did was I said, okay, where am I? I'm not just on the 1st floor trying to get to the 2nd floor. I'm actually in the basement and going down. And if I don't do something about this, this gets worse and worse. Any of you understand what that looks like, either with a friend or something? It just gets worse and worse. You get into your 30s, your 40s more likely, or 50s, you have to do something about things. And I got to that place. So I wanted to understand, how does a human work? Because I'd been hanging out as a human for 45 years, but I wasn't really sure what the owner's manual said. And how do we create with being a human? Like, how do we do things in the world? And we can call that leadership, because leaders basically create. They create something new. Managers manage what's been created, but leaders create something new for managers to manage. Okay? But I wanted to understand, how do I create these smaller areas in my life? How do I create something that can be meaningful, both to myself, but also those that I affect in the world around me, just family, friends, that sort of thing. And I went through about a 25,000 hour period over 5 years. And if you calculate that out, that is silly. I don't recommend it to anybody. It's about 100 hours a week for 5 years. That's the level of frustration that fueled this process for me. So as you see, the amount of stress and dissatisfaction was high. So when you see what I'm going to go through, you'll understand what the background on this was. 25,000 hours went into starting out by finding out what's going on in my brain. So you are looking at my brain right now. Did you think you were going to come on here and look at my brain? Probably not. The colors mean nothing. My brain is not partying or anything like that. It kind of shows the direction of the brain. But if you look in the upper left corner, you see some missing spots. That represents that the blood flow is not high enough in the front of my brain. Means that A, I am in the first level of qualification for success, ADHD, or a lack of blood flow in the front. It just means that I have more ability to be creative. And when you say, oh, she goes outside the box, no, I don't see the box. But thank you for thinking I did, so that I could go outside of it, right? But then there's other problems that you end up with as a result, of course. Now, I'm not suggesting that everybody should have lower blood flow in the front of your brain. But I needed to find out right from the beginning what was going on with mine. Okay. The second scan of my brain at that point was this one. And what happened was, the diamond shape that you're about to see shows when certain parts of the brain, right here, 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 and here, go on in this diamond shaped pattern. It shows a pattern of stress in childhood that doesn't stop. So if you have a stress pattern like this, that puts you in sympathetic nervous system, stress, fight or flight, and that continues, that's probably why I could do all of these big goals, but I couldn't do the meaningful things on a day-to-day basis. Does that make sense? So I'm sitting there just trying to find out, like, what's going on with this? What's happening? What is the situation here? And this is the beginning of me understanding, okay, so my brain's a little bit different. It's maybe wired for stress. So there's some things I need to do to get it out of stress, but what is the general process that we're capable of doing? And I needed to understand that from a neuroscientific standpoint. I needed to understand the medicine of this. And I also wanted to understand from many, many other angles, because I think that a lot of people have answers. A lot of experts have answers, but they're all in silos. They're all like separate, one from the other. I wanted to pull those together. When I wrote my books, these 3 books, it was about 10,000 hours before I kind of finished this process. So I was about 15,000 hours in, and I said, okay, let me get some breadcrumbs, both for myself to understand what I've learned so far, but also most people don't have, 15,000 hours and a lot of money to throw into a problem. So let me at least get it kind of captured at this point. And so I did that and had the opportunity to start looking at how do we solve this problem of vision 2.0 being far above our head for me 1.0, Kelly 1.0. How do we get that elevator up to you 2.0? Is that worth it to take a look at how we do that? Okay, all right, very good, thank you. Then we need to understand what goes underneath that actually rises as a leader to different levels. Why is it that I, as a treasurer of a club, wasn't quite as skilled as I was when I became an area director? What were the things that made it so that I could be a treasurer and then I could be an area director? Right? What was it that made it so that Kathleen could now be the PQD, where other levels below that were maybe vision 1.0 and 2.0, and this might be vision 5.0 or 4.0? What makes it so that you can go from where you are to where you need to go? That's what we're going to explore. So I want to bring in the American Management Association, because I don't want this just to be Kelly's opinion, but I think there's a lot of places we can pull things from. We're 97 years old as an organization. Happy birthday to us. Wonderful, wonderful work on everybody's part. And the American Management Association had a definition of leadership that included 5 aspects. I think 2 of the aspects are the most important ones. And most of you might say it's leading people. Yes, that's one of the aspects. I don't think it's the most important one. I actually think there's 2 things that are key to learn as a leader. One, that you're envisioning and shaping the future. And number 2, that you're making those things happen. So you see it and you can make it happen. Some of that might require to share with others and that they get engaged. But these 2 aspects are probably the most critical ones, in my opinion, as a leader to learn. Okay. Now, Albert Einstein. We want to get everything as simple as possible, but no simpler. So today we're going to get it down to 10 steps. And I highly recommend you just take those down, because you can walk away from here today and go into flow with your most meaningful goals if you just take notes on this, if you understand what those 10 steps are. I am leaving nothing out. That's why we're going this long. Okay, we've constructed this as a plug and play, walk away, do what you do in life, and literally put more meaning into the world. So the process that I'm about to share with you is called simple as 0, 1, 2, 3. And the 0, 1, 2, 3 has a lot to do, well, some of the steps come under 1, some under 2, some under 3, just so you understand where we're getting to 10. On a kind of visual level, 0 is the foundation. If you are not in your driver's seat, what does that mean? We'll ask that question again in just a few moments. But you have to take your driver's seat in life. If you don't, how many of you are a bag of habits? Everybody should be raising your hand. We are a bag of habits. We are humans with an autopilot function. We can change that autopilot function, but it will go in the direction you're going in already unless you make a change. So the 0 is so critical, because until you are conscious enough to see that you want to make a change, no change can happen in that bag of habits. Right? So take your driver's seat. Once you've done that, if you got into your car right now and decided to come here to Austin, Texas, I could put my hat on when I said that, but if you came here, then you'd be setting your destination. If you went down the street to see your friend, you'd be setting your destination. If you have a goal, you'd be setting your destination. So the first thing you have to do is know where you're traveling to. The second, and this is the one I find most people miss, is you need to then turn the mirror back on yourself and say, who do I need to become in order to have this exist? Because Kelly 1.0 does not equal Vision 2.0. And this is the step, number 2, where you consciously create Kelly 2.0 or fill in your name 2.0. Once you've done those 2 things, not one of set the destination and then just start going, but set the destination, upgrade yourself as the vehicle, then you drive, preferably in the zone or flow, as the psychological term is, because why not take advantage of a 500% increase in your performance on average, according to a McKinsey & Company study of senior executives? Why not get your brain chemistry optimized so that you can do the most that you can possibly do with every minute? Enjoy it more than you would. Like, what's the downside of that? So we want to have all of these steps in place, but we want to understand what's underneath these. That's kind of the outline of where we're going. So ladies and gentlemen, let's start your engines. Because we're on the way to the destination now. All right, before I continue, I will ask, are there any questions, thoughts, anything? Because there's going to be some breathing moments here and there. Everybody in good shape? Anybody got questions?
Everybody's driving their own vehicles.
I saw a little reach over there with, everybody pretty good? Give me a thumbs up if you're good.
Yep.
Okay, let's just keep going then. All right, I want to give you a feel for what I've done with this. If this was attached to your nervous system, this dashboard, could you operate your life better? The answer is yes. You're not digesting this as fast as I'm showing it to you, but I'm going to show you all the components of this over the next little while. And you're going to get them in bite-sized portions so that you recognize, wow, I have a lot more resources than time and money, or the lack thereof. Look at all the resource tanks I have to fuel my dreams and goals and meaning in the world. I have an ability to assess when I redline myself as a vehicle. And by the way, my view of this is we are both the driver of our outcomes and the vehicle through which you will achieve them. So if you are both the driver of your outcomes and the vehicle through which you will achieve them, you probably want to have some kind of a dashboard to determine how well your vehicle is doing. If you sit there and say, you know, for example, if I said I want to be a district director, I would blow my engine. I have been a treasurer. I have been an area director. That does not equal a district director. Yes, I can come speak because I've done a whole lot of things all my adult life to get to this place, but I haven't done the leadership path nearly as well. So kudos, Ben, for getting there. Kudos to the whole trio for getting to where each of you have gotten to. But you put the steps in place so that you wouldn't blow your engine once you got there, which is super important for all of us to keep in mind, right? So if you look at this, and you think about, I have all these goals, I have a life I'm responsible for. How do I keep from blowing up the engine, but go as fast as I can, getting meaning into the world and having the people in my life, you know, have the best of me and the things around me, and have beautiful things around me, and have experiences in this world, and go to places that I want to go to, and not have some survival mode derail me, and not have low levels of power take me off track. So that's just a visual to give you an idea of where these steps will go next. So again, we're the driver. We need to sit in the driver's seat. We've got a destination, we've got a vehicle to upgrade, and we should drive, but preferably in flow if we have that opportunity. Let's start with this, sitting in your driver's seat. I have a question for you. Again, let's go right into the chat. What does it mean to be the driver in your own life? Let's go ahead and blow up that chat box. Let's see if Kathleen can keep up with what you're typing in there. What does it mean to be the driver in your life?
Well, the engines are still revving. So let's see. Oh, Clyde says freedom.
Nice.
Freedom's a good one. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Clyde, on that one. Take responsibility.
Great.
I'm not sure what that was, Beth. Taking agency in taking agency in everything that happens.
Great. So you have agency. You have the ability to make control in the best use of that word. Great.
Take responsibility.
Great.
Responsibility for your own actions. Excellent. To be your own CEO.
Wow.
That's a good one, Sharon. Oh, responsibility. Okay, you are in control. Stay in your lane, not someone else's. That's a good one.
Great.
Do what you want and or need when you want or need to. Okay.
Great.
Ooh, influence. Ooh, go Cynthia. My goodness.
Excellent.
Own the wreck, says Karina. Making decisions that empower me. That's a good one, Jacinta. Let's see, being free, control, choose the path, the road myself. Ooh, that's a good one.
That's really good.
Hmm.
That's really good. How do y'all feel about that? You feel pretty good about being the driver, or at least knowing what the driver is in your life? Okay.
Yes.
Sometimes I say it's like you're starring in your own life. Who else should star in your own life? You should star in your life, right? And somebody brought up, and I'm just going to reach down for a second because I have these metaphors, I have the actual vehicles. And by the way, why not pick a $3 million vehicle as the model? Because it goes 300 miles an hour. Nobody's ever said, oh, that is beneath me, Kelly. Anyway, this is a Bugatti. And if you have your best version of yourself and the other person has the best version of themselves, you have two leaders that are heading out, they get to the next rest area, they get to the next rest area, and you ultimately get to your destination. And somebody said about, I'm driving my own car. We're driving our own cars, we're not driving anybody else's cars, and everybody's taking responsibility around us, and we're making it so that each one of us is in the healthiest, sort of best place as a driver of our own vehicle toward our own destinations. I love those answers, the responsibility, all of that. It's really great to hear from you. Thank you for those. So are we ready to move on? We ready to go right into this? Okay, let's get some, wow, you're gonna get a song for a second, but. So this is what I was saying before. You are both the driver of your outcomes and the vehicle through. If you can embody this, this literally will change everything about who you are as a leader. Because you're working on both aspects of this. The part of you that needs to be conscious and see and do, and the part of you that can then get you from point A to point B. So when I talked about the 1 square foot flower garden, I have a person who was comfortable with me sharing what we did. We didn't want to do the whole backyard because that was way too much. We said, all right, why don't we do a 1 square foot flower garden? And that destination was fine for where the vehicle was at that time, because a lot had to happen to even make a 1 square foot flower garden happen, because of the way the sun came in, because of this, because of that, might lose the flowers that came from the front yard, etc. So sometimes a 1 square foot flower garden is exactly who you are as a vehicle. And sometimes it's 20 square feet. Sometimes it's a family dinner, and sometimes it's taking a trip around the world. But you have to know what your vehicle looks like right now. You have to understand yourself as the driver, because once you embody this, there is nothing left missing for you fulfilling your potential, putting meaning out in the world as a leader in Toastmasters and in your life. I look at it this way. We are the driver and the vehicle. And every organization looks just like this, whether it's an organization of you alone or an organization of you with other people. So we can change the driver and vehicle to leader and organization. So each organization has to have leadership, or else it doesn't go anywhere, doesn't organize, doesn't have a direction, doesn't have a destination. So if we change it back to this, when you see driver and vehicle, think leader and organization as it's appropriate. But imagine that the driver is minuscule and there's not enough for the organization to go in the direction to organize to go where it needs to go. Or have you ever seen this? Raise your hand where there's just no real driver. The vehicle's just sort of on autopilot. Somehow you have to squeeze in at least a little bit of leadership to give it direction, to get it in the direction of where it needs to go. So how does that happen? Well, you are here, wherever you are. I guarantee you, you are here. So if you see that on a map, that's where you are. If you just keep going in the direction you're going in, you're going to get to someplace on autopilot. Your bag of habits will get you there. That all makes sense. But if you have something that you want that's different, you've just created a problem for yourself. It's a good problem, but it is a problem. And it is this gap between what you actually want versus where you would end up if you didn't want that and make that happen. That's your management role in this. So I almost call it the art and science of this. The art is envisioning the beautiful picture or destination you want to be in, the desired outcome. The science is the engineering the process to get that trajectory to change so you end up in a different place and you arrive at that beautiful painting in your mind. Right? So you've got art and science that you're going to be learning through the process today, and all of that is inherent in what we're about to do. So again, we're going to stay grounded in 0. We're a driver in the driver's seat, destination, vehicle, drive. Let's go into step 1. We're going to manage this from the big picture to the next smaller task you take on. And if you don't know where you need to end up, that's going to be the first challenge, because meaning is part of what drives you into flow, part of what gets your brain chemistry going. I may have to do dishes. And if those dishes have nothing to do with anything, will that be exciting or boring? Probably boring, right? But if I know that I've changed my health this year dramatically, I've right-sized my my body for my athletic abilities, my energy. And when I wash those dishes and when I get that broccoli out and I do the nutrition that I need to do, and all of that has a bigger picture, it's really important that that bigger picture be there as I do all the activities, because some of those activities are really boring. They really don't keep my attention. But if I know how much I've come through since January, and I had to convert my health from, you know, a 53-year-old woman with hormones and issues and all of this other stuff, and now I'm here in a completely different place, every single step along the way did not keep my attention. But because I saw the bigger picture, my attention was much more there. Can you imagine how, without the big picture, isolated things that you have to do can be mundane, but with the big picture, something as simple as washing a dish could actually take on more meaning? That's what we're looking for in this whole process. So we're going to manage from the big picture to the next smaller task that you need to do. So we're actually gonna, let's take this test drive, starting with number 1, envision the result. So our nervous systems are great at recording. Somebody unmute yourself and tell me what you had for breakfast today.
Beans and rice with
Beans and rice, great.
Yeah, with some peas and some cocoa powder, some nutritional yeast, and mixed up with a banana and orange and some green tea.
Excellent. Okay, and that's Mark?
Yes.
Excellent, Mark. Thank you for that. Now, let me ask you this. When you answered that question, did you pull out your smartphone and watch a video to see what you had eaten this morning?
Strange, I did not. I have yet to get any subscribers on my What's Mark Eating for Breakfast channel on YouTube, but you know, still pushing that.
So you did not pull out that, but you probably pulled up in your mind what you had so you could describe it to us, correct?
Yes, I'm also trying to put it on a meal plan to help with my dietary recommendations. So.
I love that. I love that. All right, here's what I'm getting to though. You recorded in your memory, your nervous system, what you had for breakfast, correct?
Yes.
Okay, good. And if you wanted to look back at what you had for lunch or dinner yesterday, you could probably pull that up and describe that to me as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay, good. Thank you, Mark. I'm just looking for everybody to see how much we're recording. We're all camcorders. Mark's not special. Mark was a camcorder this morning. It was a camcorder yesterday. It was a camcorder the day before. He recorded all of this. He has it all sitting there and he could describe it all to us. So could each of us, correct? All right, so the nervous system works such that we're recording everything that's going on. I have a beautiful view outside here.
I can share with you the spreadsheet I made of what I had for of my meals during the week, just so you can see, you know, macros and micros.
I love
And-
that. No, Mark,
Okay.
I actually love that. And you probably could recall some of that. And like you've brought us a very perfect point here, which is if Kathleen and I want to remember the last Zoom call we had, if Marianne and I wanted to remember the last Zoom call that we had to make sure that the video could get made so that everybody could be introduced to what we were doing, each of us could pick that up and look at it in our memory. What is memory? It's just a recording. You could probably go back to the smell, the taste, the touch, the feel, the sights. Everything is being recorded. You could pick up some of the feelings. I mean, if you think back to something that felt great, then you're like, wow, it was so great to do this. It was so great to do that. I feel that, right? Well, all you're doing is pulling back a recording from you as a camcorder at that time into your current body. So what is a vision? It's pre-recording the future, the same way that you record everything in the present here going forward. So we need to pre-record to give the marching orders to our nervous system to let it know this is where we're going. We could end up in our autopilot destination, but why don't we end up where we really want to get to? Last couple of years ago, when I wanted to get some of those 50 states out of the way, and I went to the Northwest, and it was fantastic, right? Before my friend and I of 35 years took that trip, we had to envision it. We had to give the marching orders to our nervous system. We had to decide what resources were going to be allocated. We had to become the vehicle to make that happen, but that started with a vision. So our nervous systems were in line with us that yes, that summer could have gone by and we never would have gone to the Northwest. That would have been autopilot. But that summer came, we did end up going to the Northwest, knocked out some states, had some great laughs, came back, saw some beautiful geysers and beautiful views of different things. And it was fantastic, but it starts with number one. And if you do miss this step, everything else gets much more difficult and becomes more mechanical. This is your artistry. So when you envision the result, what we're looking for is to get that desired outcome placed in your nervous system. So this model is what I call my flow model. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to take it step by step so that I can get into flow, in the zone with what I'm working on. And the first step of that, not so oddly, is I need to envision what the result is. Almost like when you're in a car, do you really want to go forward looking through the rear view mirror? Or as a leader, do you need to go forward looking through the windshield? That's what envisioning is. Most of our autopilot is projecting rear view into the future. Whereas as leaders, we get rid of the rear view mirror and we look straight through the windshield and we say, okay, I'm making a left, I'm making a right, I'm doing what I need to do to make my life look and feel and experience and thumbprint on the world the way that I would like to. So to get that vision, we just go through a little exercise. It doesn't seem like a little exercise, I mean, a big exercise, but it actually does a lot. You each have plots of real estate in this world, the most expensive real estate in the world. Did you know that? That thing that weighs 3 pounds in your coconut, that thing is the most expensive real estate on this planet. Because every time you put neurons together in a different pattern, you get a difference in the world. What real estate in this world is more valuable than that? I don't care how much you plant plants, vegetation or whatever in any soil. This, every cell of it makes a difference in how the world works. Your world especially, but you affect others. So every single time you make a new connection, you've changed the way that the world is going to experience you. So you each, and I, have 3 pounds of real estate up here that we're responsible for cultivating, but we can cultivate it as long as we know how. So when we are looking for the vision, we want to fill in that blank. And normally, if you were here, I would hand you a silly pair of glasses that looks like this and flashes, and you would all be there and I would have a good laugh, but you'd be closing your eyes so you wouldn't see me laughing. So, but I want you to imagine we're about to go into the future, and I call it future cam because as we saw with Mark, he can see past cam by bringing up in his mind's eye what he had for breakfast and describing that in good detail, like seriously good detail. I'm going to learn from Mark on what he's having actually. But also future cam, we want to just detail. It's almost like we're putting on virtual reality goggles. We're going into a different time frame and we're holographically putting around us what we would like to have as reality. So before I was in Boston before here for many years. So I was the area director at MIT and also Akamai company, a couple of MIT places. If I want to be able to see the result of area director be successful, I can imagine myself in those clubs, having done my reports, having done my speech contests, that we've gone on to division contest and the area, or district contest, and division was just stellar in terms of the speech contest. Right? I can see the end result in my mind's eye, which means I'm programming it in my nervous system. That's what I call future cam. You are developing the way that you'd like the future to be in 6 months, a year, 2 years from now. But when I go out 1 year or 6 months, that doesn't become my time frame. I'm just trying to get ahead of the part of my brain, the network that tries to be the naysayer, the editor. I want to get into the creator part of my brain to develop this picture. I might go out 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, but it might take me only 6 months to make it happen, or 6 years. That's up to my nervous system. That's up to my resources. That's up to my ability as a vehicle right now. But when you close your eyes, or in your mind's eye, you close your eyes in a few minutes, you're creating what your future looks like. You're creating the different areas of your life, either the relationships or Toastmasters or your work, your business, whatever it is. Future cam is pre-recording that. So let's take a look at this. Imagine you've just put some a VR headset, virtual reality headset on your face. And now we're going to take about probably 45 seconds to a minute. If you feel comfortable, close your eyes and just in your mind's eye, begin to create what the world looks like in 1 year from now. All right, so it's 1 year from now to the day. Take about 45 seconds to a minute. Pull in evidence of what you've done with Toastmasters and your growth, and your leadership, what you've done for others in your business. Step one, you're putting in place the picture and maybe even a video of evidence of where you arrive in 1 year from now. Now put some other area of your life in place. Maybe somebody celebrates a business success with you. You made something happen in Toastmasters that wouldn't have happened. Go ahead and pull in one more thing that you feel like would be amazing to arrive at. Maybe it's something around your home. Maybe something you do for an organization. It just makes you feel good. Take about 5 more seconds and just put that into your mind's eye as kind of marching orders for your nervous system. Okay, and go ahead and take a deep breath and open your eyes. Now, that's a skill. So if you felt like you couldn't see very much, the more you do this, the easier it gets to see that. Okay, so you're actually working on your ability to get the big picture in your mind's eye so you can do all the other steps toward that. But you can also practice this. I call it future cam when you're first making it. I call it VNR just because I made up this. We talked about the brain and the neural connections, virtual neural reprogramming. What that means is tomorrow morning when you wake up, you've got slower brain waves going through your brain. Think of your beautiful vision again. What a great way to get up and get out of bed. What a great way to use those slower brain waves to actually program it more. Okay, those slower brain waves usually happen when you're either deeply meditating or in sleep, but you have some of them as you're starting to wake up. Take 15 or 30 seconds and just pull it up. And if it's not compelling enough, make it more compelling. Put some cool stuff in your life. Go to that trip, do that thing, make it happen in whatever time frame makes sense for your current vehicle and resources and so on. But that's step one. Let me hear from one or two people, something that you experienced during that where you're like, wow, I let myself do that. I actually saw something that I probably wouldn't have seen if I was just going for my goals. This made it possible. My goals are going to be a little bit more complete now that I've done the visioning exercise. Let's hear from one or two people on that. And just unmute yourself. We're all friends. Hi, Michelle. Go ahead, Michelle.
I envision myself walking onto the stage of the National Religious Broadcasters Convention, which is huge. It's like 1,000 people, and giving my speech based on my book that got turned into a movie. I don't know if all that's going to happen in the year, but that's the big goal. And helping other potential writers in the audience get their books done, get their movies made, and just getting out that message that you can fulfill your purpose.
Love that. I love that. How did that feel for you?
Good.
Yeah. And you felt that in your body, right?
It's a lot for a year. So I have 3 things going on. Yeah. And multiple goals, but I realize I have to do one at a time.
Gotcha. And again, you're bringing out, Michelle, one of the most important aspects of this is I might go out a year, I might go out 6 months, I might go out 3 years. It's really up to how do you drop that editor and just create, and then don't worry about the time frame we use there, because that's going to come in the next step. When you break it down into goals, you're going to see that compared to how much you have available to you. So 1 year doesn't mean much in this exercise, but it hopefully gets you to drop your editor. Go ahead, Michelle.
And I love what you asked us about, like, impact on the world, because I tend to say, oh, I want to write the next book, make a movie based on it, but how is that helping the world? So to look at that, what message do I want to get out there to the world to help others do it too? So yeah, that's like, I need to keep that in mind.
Yep. Okay, great. Thank you,
Thank
Michelle.
you.
That's great. That was great. Excellent. Do we have somebody else that would feel comfortable enough sharing just what your experience was? Maybe you learned something or you just saw something differently. Just unmute. Bunch of Toastmasters here. We're all friends.
I know there's a lot of people who have things to say in this group for sure.
Something you didn't feel as comfortable with this on this. Maybe it was more difficult than you expected it to be. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, hi. I guess for me, one of the first things I went to was how I want to physically be different in a year. One of the things I want to do is to lose some weight and to be more physically fit. So my mind went to that. That was the first thing, is taking care of myself a little bit better.
I love that. I love that. And did you feel that experience? Did you feel like you get to that end result in your mind's eye?
I definitely have the vision of what it is. I don't know how to get there, to be honest.
Perfect. So that's good, because steps 2 through 10 are designed for that. Right. And raise your hand if you felt that same thing. It's like, you know what, I'll do this. I'll trust her, but I don't know how to make it happen. I don't want to face plant again. Yeah. Most of us are afraid to actually set the vision because we just don't have the process. So let's get that process. Michael, thank you. And Michelle, thank you. All right, so that is the vision. Now you have something toward which you can work. Number 2, again, I would keep these steps near you. I would definitely take the notes on the steps. Separate it into goals. What does that mean? Let's go back to this. You have now just changed where your life is going to go in a year or 6 months or a year and a half from now, right? It may be a little longer, a little less than whatever your time frame was, but here's your problem. You just created a gap. Means that you need to be a driver and you need to make these things happen. You have to slice that gap up into enough components that make it so that you can move your trajectory in a different direction. Right? That book ain't gonna write itself, is it, Michelle? I wrote 3 of them. They did not write themselves at all. And then funny enough, once you write them, they don't publish themselves either. That was a surprising thing for me. No, but it does take something to move the needle, literally to move the trajectory of your life. So let's figure out how we take that gap, break it up, and turn it into something usable. Here's our engineering process. You take that vision that you just held, you get clear enough about it, how it changes where you would end up to where you are going to end up, having achieved this, and you break it up into 1 or 3 or 5 goals. All of those goals together should add up to that vision. If they don't, math doesn't work. It's fine. Like you can spend, let's say it's going to take 500 hours to do something. You spend 200 hours doing it. Unless you get a lot more productivity into that, you're just 300 hours short. It's like yoga instructors, when they want to get a 200 versus a 500 hour yoga instructor badge or whatever it would be, like certificate, a 200 hour person is not getting a 500 hour certificate. We could all agree to that, right? There's a certain amount of work that goes into this. Now we can speed that up, and that's what flow is about. Flow will help you speed that up, and it'll help you enjoy the process more, et cetera, et cetera. This process will speed that up. It'll help you see what was the invisible rope before that was tripping you and making you face plant. But first, we've got to become engineers. So we just put our beautiful artist hat on and we painted the picture and we're on the stage and we have the body we want, and we have the life we want, et cetera. Now let's break that down and roll up those sleeves. So this is the flow model, but I'm going to have a flow model for each one of those. I want to have my vision equal my goal, plus my goal, plus my goal, and I want to take care of my responsibilities in life at the same time. So I want to have enough that it makes me alive, but not so much that I'm now overwhelmed in life. Enough that I'm alive, but not so little that I'm a little bored, right? We want to get that sweet spot right in the middle. So how do we do that? Well, we start breaking down the goals. And we do it this way. We write a goal statement with a measurement and a date. Until you have a measurement and a date, you don't have a goal. You don't have something that will hit your nervous system, that you need to show up, use your resources, use your vehicle to make it happen. So I want you to imagine that vision you had and take one little chunk of that and make a goal that would get you part of the way toward that desired destination. So sit with, like, what is your finish line for this portion of it, this one goal? You may have 3 or 4 or 5 goals, but just write down a goal statement. I am X, strength. Like I am a person who can bench press 100 pounds or 150 pounds, right? By what date? I have a book written, not published yet. By what date? 1 book, that's the measurement, or 200 pages, that's the measurement, and the date. Now you start feeling it in your nervous system. So take about 30 seconds and create your goal statement with a measurement and a date. Give you about another 10 or 15 seconds just to finish up with that. Okay. So in a moment, we're going to right size that goal. But I want to hear from some of you on the goal. Like if you feel comfortable sharing it, let me hear from one or two of you on what that goal was. I just want to hear some examples so that others can realize, okay, I was missing this part or I was missing that part. Who feels comfortable with sharing your goal statement? Don't be shy. Go right ahead, Michelle. This will be good because we just heard from the other.
All right, so I wrote down some realistic things. So I actually have 4 books published, but this 5th one is due December 1st. So I am taking, it's due at the publisher. So I need to get that done. But the movie, that's been a thing, that I've been after for years. And I've pitched, 1 or 2 of my books. I want to take this book and go at it again and go to the International Christian Film Festival where there are movie producers. They're modern day suspense novels based on Bible stories. So that's one of my, venues to get it done. I've done it before. I probably wasn't ready. So I'm going to do it again. I'm not going to let, the fact that it never got done hold me back, and go to the festival next year and pitch it again. Or pitch this one. So I'm gonna use your, I was thinking this was gonna be an easy elevator, but it's like, it's, it's practical and it's tough, but it's the way to go. So make a plan for next year and get it, make some realistic goals that are a reach and get it done.
All right, so let's hear from you. What's the one statement that represents that movie, that film?
I'm going to go to the International Christian Film Festival where I've been once before, but I'm going to go again next year. I'm just going to go and pitch to these movie producers and television producers again.
All right, so, and we know the date of that because that's actually already published.
Yes.
Excellent.
Oh, well, no, this will be, my next book's coming out next May, and the Christian Film Festival is usually in May. So I need to get a plane ticket and go there.
Okay, excellent. So we know by May you will be pitching the book.
A new book. Yep.
Excellent, excellent. See, you see how clear that is. One book pitched.
Scary.
One pitch, right? So the book needs to be done on a flow model, and then the pitch will probably be on its own flow model. All right, so that's great. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you very much. All right, do we have one more just to get a little bit of a different viewpoint as well?
Mhm.
Adrian, did you have your hand raised? I thought at one point I saw your hand up. Nope. Okay.
Anybody feel comfortable sharing it? Just to give an example. You have some kind of a measurement, you've got some kind of a date. I'm going to give mine if you don't share one. So listen, I normally just wouldn't share this on this environment, but I will say I had to lose 50 pounds from January, and I did that in the first part of this year. Now my next goal is to be able to do certain functions. So I'm not in CrossFit, but I am in Gold's Fit, which is like less barbells and stuff. We don't have any barbells or anything. I'm in my 50s, so I have no business doing any of this. And yet I am, because I want to invest in my 50s as much as I can, to have as much strength as I possibly can to manage my 50s, 60s, 70s, whatever time frame I'm allowed to be here, right? So my next goal is to get the standards of some of the harder elements of doing that. So there's some gymnastics elements that are inherent in that. I can't do them yet, but I'm pretty close. So my goal is by the end of this year to be able to do the gymnastics elements without a band for a pull-up, that sort of thing. So I know exactly what I want to be able to do. I have them listed out. I even have them in pictures, and I know I want it by the end of this year. It means that I have to have really good coaches. It means I might even push them out 2 months if I need to, because my strength is not quite as fast as the 27-year-old that I'm near during the day. But you can see that there's a certain standard or a quantifiable element. And by the way, if you don't have a quantifier, you just want to feel good on a 10 out of 10 level, that's a qualifier. It's still a number. Okay, so I want to feel a 10 out of 10 love with my, significant other or whatever that is for you. Just put a number in there, put a time frame, and then go for it. Okay. All right.
Kelly, we do have a hand raised.
Oh,
From
please.
Anne
By all
Marie.
means.
Yes.
Yes, good evening, everyone.
Hi.
I do have a goal set. I would like to write a book. And what I have been doing right now is to give speeches on the different chapter of the book, the introduction, because I haven't even have the chapter written yet. And what I'm finding is that when I do give speeches, I'm getting feedback. And one of the feedback a couple of times were that it get them in a sad mood, but then it brings them in a good mood. So I need to start it on a better, uplifting mood, even though it's sort of challenging concept. So my goal is by December of 2021, I have at least 5 chapters that I have the contents for it, and that I give enough speeches on the platform on Toastmasters to get feedback so that I will be guided by what I need to do for this book. So it would be much more likely that it is successful to the general population.
I love that, Anne Marie. And by the way, hi, Anne Marie. I love that. So we know exactly what the number is. We know the time frame. And let's say, Anne Marie, if you don't mind me interacting with you, because I'm going to take this into the 3 right size your goals from here. And by the way, you're still seeing right size your goals on the screen as well, right? Okay, good. So Anne Marie, what if you needed to do all of the chapters? The book had to be written by that same time frame. How would that feel in your nervous system?
It will feel a little overwhelming, and I will have to shift my schedule for not being so task-oriented on the job. Don't do so much that I'm working overtime to get things done on the job, but be able to balance. So there'll be a time balance that I will have to look into in order to shift it so that I will feel overwhelmed.
Okay, now how about 2 books by the same time frame?
Oh,
Notice
2 books. I'll have to take vacation.
Before, during, and after, right?
Yes.
3 books. Now, here's my point. Every one of us has a what we can do in our comfort zone. Every one of us has what we can do that goes beyond our comfort zone and makes us come alive. And every one of us has an overwhelm point. And we're going to take a look at that as we right size this. Thank you for playing with that, Anne Marie. And again, good to see you. I know we met a few years ago, so excellent. All right, so now we're going to go into right size the goals. Number 3. You want to get into flow. Even if you don't know you want to get into flow, if you've ever been in the zone, it's the exact same thing. Jazz musicians say being in the pocket. Like, this is when you feel your best and you do your best work. It just feels good. The time goes by quickly. Effort feels like it fell away. You're not self-conscious about what's happening now or in the future. It feels like it's bigger than yourself. All of those things happen because a certain brain region, while the default mode network gets quiet, you're focusing on what you're doing. But to set up that ability to do your work that way, you have to set up the big picture, the vision, the goals in such a way that you can get to the result without feeling overwhelmed, but also without feeling bored. There's that sweet spot right down the middle. To do that, we just went into part of this, which is we've got 2 levers that we can pull. There's actually 3, but let's start talking about these 2. You can change the measurement. So I gave Anne-Marie 2 books and then 3, right? That changes everything about the goal and how it hits your nervous system. You can change the time frame. So for Anne-Marie, it could be October 31st. Or it could be October 31st, 2022, which is then boring, right? That's not going to hit her nervous system. She's not going to want to get out of bed tomorrow. So here's your test. Do I want to throw the covers off myself in the morning, get up and get started on these things? Or do I throw them over my head because I'm overwhelmed or because I'm bored? You get to decide how much you take on in life in general. Yes, maybe you bought too big a house here or did this there or whatever a little unconsciously, but you can straighten all of that out and get to where you take on enough to feel alive, but not too much, right? And then you start going through life and you feel like, wow, the research shows that it's about 4% more than what you can currently do. There's numbers we can talk about, but you take on the amount that makes you come to life, not the amount that just makes you feel like you're on autopilot, not the amount that makes you actually turn on a mechanism of safety in the nervous system that makes it, overwhelmed and hard to come back to things like this. All right, we'll talk about that more in a little bit. So the levers that you have, and I want you to take a look at your goal statement and see, did I give too much measurement or too little? Did I give too much time or too little? Can I adjust both of those and feel like really good about this goal? Because that's in your control. Those 2 levers are up to you. Now, if they aren't, Michelle and publisher, and there's a certain date, okay, you can't change the time frame. You could potentially change some of the measurement. You can negotiate some things. And if you can't change either of those, there's one other place you can go. And I'll just say the obstacles that we'll talk about in a little bit, that's your 3rd lever. You learn how to identify and overcome obstacles quickly. You can actually take more measurement, less time frame, and still do what you need to do without overwhelming the nervous system. But that's just like an extra bonus right there, right? So look at your goal statement, increase or decrease your measurement just for a moment, increase or decrease your time frame, and see how it feels. Start testing if you feel like, oh, I can't wait to get started. Don't leave me and start on it right now. I want to give you the other steps, but get your goal statement to feel like you really can't wait to get started. Go ahead and do that just for a minute. If anybody has a question about that, just pop on and we'll talk through it. Raise your hand if you did feel like you got to the point where you felt good about your goal. Your goal statement feels good now that you've adjusted it. Okay, good. So we have a couple of you there, a few of you, great. All right, take about another 10 or 20 seconds and just adjust it. Make it a bigger or smaller time frame, make it a bigger or smaller measurement to where your nervous system's like, hey, this is fun, let's do this. That's kind of your job as the driver, to make sure that your vehicle is like, rum, rum. Your Bugatti is ready to go. Okay, do you feel like, raise your hand if you feel like you have a little bit more control over your goals now, since you can change those levers on the ones that you can, unless your publisher says this amount by this time frame. But again, you have certain levers if you can't change these 2. All right, so you are now the driver of how big your goals are and how they hit your nervous system. Let's find out how to identify the obstacles. So on my flow model, what I do is I want people to get the vision kind of clear and then just have a few words sitting there that get you back into that vision. Maybe it's the feeling of the vision. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm pitching these folks on my book in terms of, making a a movie about it, or whatever that is that just pulls you right back into that successful experience that you've envisioned, right? You've got your goal. Most people go, they say, I want to do this. And then they just put a bunch of to-do items. We would call actions here. But what they miss is that there's obstacles in your way. We've got to figure out why our vehicle is too inadequate to get to the end result. Why are you a 1.0 looking for this 2.0 result? And this is the place where you're identifying that, okay? But before we do that, we need to understand what makes up the vehicle. So we've got to upgrade the vehicle, and we don't want to blow up the engine. How many here have ever kind of blown up your engine a little bit? I 100% have. Just gone too far, too fast. I 100% have. Yes, love those thumbs ups. Thank you. All right, we don't want to do that. So here's the model for that. I call this my 3 zones model. It's also got 3 aspects of the comfort zone. You've got a comfort zone. That is your vehicle. That is your autopilot. You've got a growth zone or in the zone flow. That's the yellow space around it. You've got a certain space that can go outside of your comfort zone and still be fine, and your nervous system's on board. Then you go one step further than that, you're in the overwhelm zone. What's designed in that is to get so the nervous system is great about safety, terrible about fulfillment and happiness. Have you ever noticed that? Nervous system's not a big fan of you being happy, not a big fan of you being fulfilled, but certainly a big fan of you still being here. That's what it was designed to do, just not to allow you to get not here on this planet, right? So when you go 2 steps outside of the nervous system with your goal, the nervous system has this ability to assess, oh, we've just gone into an unsafe place. So I want to bookmark this like I would bookmark my favorite website on a browser. And anything that is recorded in this, I want to make sure future things don't look like this, or at least we go away from that. So now you're subconsciously staying away from things that you were overwhelmed by in previous times. These are like stops in our nervous system that make us stay away from certain places, things, and they might not have anything to do with what the overwhelm was about. Remember, we're recording everything. So I'm seeing each of you right here, right now. I'm also seeing the blue sky of Austin, Texas. I'm seeing a building right in front of me. I'm seeing other things. Those might not be relevant to something I get overwhelmed by here in front of me, but they're still part of the recording. So I jump on a stage in front of 1,000 people in Toastmasters at the International Convention. I'm not ready for it. And I see the blonde-headed woman and the dark-haired guy in the front row. In the future, I'm afraid to go into convention centers and I don't understand why. I'm afraid to go and have people in the front row that look similar. And all of a sudden my nervous system's not saying, hey, we're just having a reaction. No, it's just I overwhelmed the nervous system without recognizing it. And the safety mechanism that works went off, and now I have a stop in my nervous system. Does that make sense? Raise your hand if that makes sense. Okay, good. So we have to manage these 3 levels. And this is the reason why when people say this, and don't worry if you have, everybody has around the world. I've heard it in Mandarin, I've heard it in every country. So nobody in the world doesn't say this as a culture, but it's wrong. It's wrong because it has to be more nuanced. It's not the way the nervous system works. You can go far and you can grow exponentially, but you don't need to go so far that you're turning on this stop in your nervous system, this bookmark, because when you turn on that stop and that bookmark, you're now making your comfort zone potentially smaller in the future. You want a bigger vehicle, not a smaller one. That all makes sense? Okay, all right, very good. All right, we're gonna move on with that. So remember, comfort zone is not a thing, it's a metaphor. I could go down to University of Texas, Austin, just down the street from me, ask them to do a little x-ray. They are not going to find it. Unless they find it next to my funny bone, that's possible, but there is no such thing as a comfort zone. Comfort zone is a metaphor. If I have my past experiences and current inventories equal my current challenge, action, or goal, then it's what I call my comfort zone. If it doesn't match, then, and that's my nervous system, my autopilot. If it doesn't match, then I'm outside of my comfort zone. That's all that means, right? And how far I can go outside of my comfort zone then is that sweet spot that we're looking for called flow. All right, so I will be in flow or overwhelm, and I need to have the nuance of how far I can go outside of my comfort zone. All right, so these are the three components. There's actually one more that kind of goes around it, habits, but the resources you have, and not just time and money, but I have identified 14 categories. I showed you those on the dashboard. I'll show you them again, but 14 categories. Imagine most people are thinking, I don't have enough time or money. That's the reason why I'm not going to do this. Now let's spread it out and make it 14 categories, 14 fuel tanks to fuel your outcome, your goals, right? You'll feel rich. You don't even have to spend another penny or another second on something, and you could still get it done because you have networks and you've got character strengths and you've got health and you've got energy and you've got this and that, skills, expertise, all kinds of things that you can now bring together as a hybrid, different from being stuck behind a lack of money and time. Raise your hand if you feel a little richer now. Once you start realizing what your resources are, you are much wealthier. You are much wealthier toward creating what you want in the world. Now, let's say that I have an outcome that is bigger than my resources. That's oftentimes when the lower half of this comes into play. Because if I can just go to the grocery store, pick up my groceries, and I get my broccoli and I get my chicken and I get my whatever, my bison or whatever it is I get it, I bring it home, no big deal. I've got the resources, I've got the time, I've got the energy, I've got the money, I just do it. But as soon as it's, fix a problem that I don't have time for, and I don't have the money, and I don't have the expertise, etc., all of a sudden the lower half of this is like our subconscious mind coming up. The goal's a little bigger than what we currently have resources for, expertise or whatever. And then our filters, which you might call beliefs, but I call them filters because they really do act like a camera filter. They really do change the way we see the world. So Henry Ford said, if you think you can or you think you can, you can't, you're right. That just acts 100% as a filter of whether I can see or not see the resources that are right in front of me. Completely changed what I see, hear, smell, taste, touch, feel, experience, believe, think, all of that. And then the stops are exactly what I was describing before, which is just the safety mechanism when I overwhelm myself in the past, either knowingly or unknowingly, unconsciously, consciously, doesn't matter. I just have bookmarks in my nervous system. I have more than most. I went over to England to figure out how do you pull the bookmarks out, because quite frankly, I don't like them. I got a lot of them out of there. That's how I could write 3 books. That's how I wrote the program that I wrote. That's how I've done the work that I've done. I could never have done that if I had not pulled some of the stops, right? So if you imagine your vehicle is your resources and everything available to you, if that starts being a little overwhelming, your filters might come into play and you have to find those and adjust them. And then you've got stops. You've got to be able to recognize, oh, I just have a sinking feeling in my gut. Okay, good. That's probably a stop. No biggie. What do you need to do? Drink some water, take a walk, do this, right? Oh, I just feel like I'm not breathing as deeply. Okay, let's try some deep breaths. Let's see if we can at least relax some of those stops so that you can keep working on the thing you're working on right now. And then think of that. Let's go into this. What are the obstacles? It's the missing elements of the comfort zone. Whatever you're missing here. So I want you to look at your goal statement and think of what's one missing resource that you think if you had that, it would make it helpful to go forward. And when you figure out that resource, I want you to throw it in the chat. Okay, let me see if I can give you a, I'm going to show you these. So these are the 14 categories I've created. Take a look at these and see what one resource, if you feel like you're missing to get your goal statement to happen. And if you had that, it would make it a lot easier to make that goal happen. Pop it into the chat, and I'm sure Kathleen will let us know what yours looks like. What one resource would be super helpful to have to make your goal happen? I'm gonna
So
drink.
I put for mine energy.
Mm,
Ugh,
nice.
like how much caffeine can one person actually drink?
I got it. I just drank some water to make sure that I had, yeah,
Right? Right. Well, and I look at, caffeine, Coca-Cola, coffee, tea. That's got
yes, yes.
caffeine that'll get me through that instead of thinking maybe I need to be eating healthier
Got
to
it.
naturally have that energy. But
Maybe there's some expertise there that would be helpful too. Let me
Right.
create a plan that gives me the energy that I need.
yes,
That's great.
exactly. So
great.
Janet says network.
Oh, great. Some more network members that could help
Yeah.
out. Great. What else?
Carmen is health and energy.
Excellent.
Right there with you, Carmen.
Yeah.
Let's see, Michelle, networks. I need a movie or TV producer.
Great.
Okay. Yeah, networking is huge. Cynthia, network, a personal nutritionist. Yes.
Okay. A personal nutritionist would probably be some expertise.
Yes.
Yep. Great.
Let's see. Jacinta has focus and consistency.
Got it. Nice.
Karina and Ekta say time.
Okay.
Okay. And Anita has health and energy as well.
Got it. Okay. Those are great. Those are great. Can you see how just knowing that there are resources beyond time and money that you can start getting in a direction on this? Hopefully you walk away from here a little bit richer. Okay. Sometimes money is not wealth. Okay. Sometimes it's that I'm sitting here and I can turn on my computer and the Wi-Fi is on. That as a resource, technology, infrastructure, all of that, that's amazing. Like, I know what it was like not to have that capability back in the day, right? So there's certain things that you may not consider to be resources that you'll find that if you were missing them, it would feel really uncomfortable, really like you're lost. So
Kelly, we have one more, which
Please.
I thought was really good, and that's an accountability partner.
oh, I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
I would put that under some level of skills and competencies, networks, and infrastructure. Infrastructure, by the way, is what I consider the process and all the people involved to go in one end, come out the other end with a result. So that might include my personal trainer, my classes that I go to, et cetera, all the people involved, and it takes me from one end to the other. You have to create an infrastructure for everything that you want to have happen. Some of them stay in place forever. Some of them are just projects. All right. So how did that feel to put that in place? That feel pretty good to start seeing what resources you can go after? All right, so that's the missing resource. Once you identify some of the missing elements, it gets a lot easier to put them in place. So now you are now the owners of 14 fuel tanks. Use them wisely. Let's go to the second part, the filters. What does that look like? If I get in my car and it looks like this, it's been raining, I start driving and I don't put those little windshield wipers on, what's going to happen? Not much good. So why do we drive toward our goals without clearing our filters? The windshield is a filter. When the filter gets dirty or too much rain, so we as leaders are not putting our windshield wipers on. If you sit there and you're about to go into putting on a speech contest and you're like, I can't do this, there's a filter. It's rain on your windshield. It's going to be very difficult for you to get through that without doing your windshield wiping. We could not have been set up from 0 to 6 or 7 by our caregivers well enough to know at 53 what we would need to believe and have as filters, because they need to adjust depending on your challenge. Some of your filters worked well for your previous challenges. They won't work well now, but you just need to adjust. You're human. And you can, fortunately, because neuroplasticity, we can do it right till the day we're gone, right? We can make changes in our nervous system. That 3 pounds of real estate, that's one of the reasons it's so valuable. It gets to change, especially if you're excited about life. This, you putting in place, filling in the blanks with what is meaningful to you, that'll probably get you excited about your life, right? So that's the filter. That's how it is experienced. And let's just see what they do. You know, when we put one on a camera, just changes completely what we see. I mean, you can't even see without the filter that there's a resource there called a shed. Guess what? You're doing that all the time. You're blocking your resources because your filters are inappropriate to be able to see all that's available to you. For one thing, I just gave you 14. Now you have a different filter that sees 14, not just time and money or the lack thereof for your resources. So think of your filters as making it possible to see, hear, taste, smell, feel, experience, or not. All right. All right, so you are a programmer of yourself. Just keep that in mind. Like if you sit there and you say, I can't, just keep that in mind and then put over here the filter that you think you need. Okay, I can. And start going toward the I can filter. So, and these are some of the filters. I'm going to go past that because that gets a lot deeper. The unsupportive filters that you have, just keep those in mind. This is your vehicle. This is what you're responsible to manage. You don't want a vehicle like this if you're going cross country. A lot of leaders create a vehicle or just keep the vehicle they have. They don't put more into it. And this is how they're going. And you're like, hey, right? Raise your hand if you've ever done this. I can raise my hand really high on this. Yes, I'm going to write a book. Why did I say that? Right? I needed to upgrade my vehicle a lot before I could get my first, which then became my first, second, and third immediately books done. So this is how it looks overall. You've got a comfort zone. You want to get in the zone. You don't want to overwhelm your nervous system and get into that safety feature. So you go as far as fast as you can, using your resources, adjusting your filters, pulling the stops, or at least allowing them to rest so that they're not coming up on you. And then using the habits that are appropriate. And we're going to hear more about that later. Yay. I love that that's the follow-up for this because the habits are so critical to develop the path to get to where you want to go. So think of it this way. You can do 100% of what you can do right now. You take a challenge pitted against you 1.0. Let's think of that as gear 1. Now you start moving through what you're capable of doing. You have a little bit more access to be able to do something. Now you become 3.0 version of yourself, 4.0 version. You're pitting an appropriate sized challenge against your current vehicle, your nervous system, your resources. And you get to the point where you iterate on this a few times and you're able to do 300–400% of what you used to be able to do. That's true growth, right? I wouldn't take me as a treasurer. If I had to do something within the district, I would take Ben as the district director. He's got the 300–400% of what I have as a leader in Toastmasters. I think that's fantastic. I would have to iterate on this process to get to that point. Well done, you, right? So this is what you can do and create, but you have to hit the right size challenge. Don't just throw spaghetti against the wall and hope that it'll stick. Get the right size challenge. If you feel like it's too slow, don't worry, it goes exponentially very quickly. All right, number 5, we're going to convert to actions all the things you identify. So let's say that you identify that you're missing resources in your obstacle column. You identify that you have these filters that would stop you, and you just write them out in quotes. You identify these stops. You may identify a few habits. Now look at each one of those and come over to the action column and write out, what would I have to do for that to not exist? As you do that, every time that you take those actions, you've just upgraded yourself as a vehicle, not just for this goal, but for every goal you're going to do in the future. You just became one step closer to your Bugatti version of yourself. Because you did something that you think is really cool and meaningful, and you put your thumbprint on the world and you fulfilled some of your potential. So it's like win, 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 right? We always look for win-wins. Why not look for like 6 wins? That's what converting to actions is about. You've identified the obstacles that you were tripping over as invisible ropes that kept you stuck. Now you're identifying them, you're converting them to actions, and you're making something happen so you can get into flow. And let's take a look at that now. What is a flow state? You feel your best, you do your best. That's basically what it is. You're in the zone. Some things you can't even do unless you're in the zone because your creativity is not there. You kind of can't reach to the concepts that you need. So sometimes you actually have to affect this, and you can. That's where we're going with this last part. So why would we need flow? Let's just look at a little bit of the information around it. McKinsey and Company did a 10-year study on senior executives, found that they were self-reporting 500% increase in productivity. Hello, raise your hand if you'd like to be 5x yourself. 5 of you running around on Monday getting Monday through Friday's work done. Yeah, I want that, right? And this is what they found over a 10-year period with senior execs. In addition, you can get up to 700% more creativity. This is important because that includes resourcefulness, that includes your ideas. I'm an entrepreneur, there's fine artists, right? So on either side, you've got a lot of creativity necessary to produce something more. Leaders produce something more. Leaders aren't managers. Leaders are creators. They're making something exist that didn't exist. You need that creativity. DARPA had a study where the sharpshooters were shooting when they were in flow, they were 490% faster at learning. You think flow might be something that's an unfair advantage? And if we could affect that we're in it more often, we certainly could get more results and more quality results. Gentleman named Sir Richard Branson, who at any point in time may have 300 to 400 companies, said this: when somebody who has 300 to 400 companies and heads into space with Virgin Galactic and has all the Virgin companies that he's had, etc., this is part of his secret weapon, was just being able to get into flow. He does it with, I think, kite surfing a lot of the time and that sort of thing. Bruce Upton was talking about the 5 new management metrics, and his first one when he listed these was the percentage of time that you spend in flow, that this will determine your success. And Stephen Kotler and Jamie Wheel in their book, Stealing Fire, were talking about the estimate is that either legal or illegal methods, people are spending about $4 trillion per year to try to be in these states. That could be illegal drugs. That could be kind of any area. We are looking for this in our lives, but we have it right in front of us with these 10 steps. If you start at step 1 and get your vision and you have that much meaning in what you're up to, and you take it right through these 10 steps, you end up in flow every minute of the day that you're working on these things. So let's take it that much further. All right, and just from the gentleman that coined the term, so we have Abraham Maslow, who back in the 50s and 60s was making, or 50s, let's say, was making the hierarchy of needs, but the top was self-actualization that went along with peak experiences. His was more like a spiritual bent, but it really was getting into the flow category. A couple of decades later, you had Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, and yes, you will all be tested on how to say that after, but Mihai Csikszentmihalyi coined the term flow, which became very, very kind of hippie stealing as a term because it just doesn't sound like any kind of responsible term. But what he was finding was the best people in the world that he was researching all over the world in the 70s and 80s kept on saying, it's like I'm flowing with water when I'm doing well. It's like I'm just like flowing. And so he just took that word flow, and it took Stephen Kotler about 2 decades to put it back on a kind of more scientific footing, because it became like a hippie term to say, oh, I'm in flow, man, kind of thing. No problem with that. It's just, we need to be able to use this psychological state. And if the term becomes something that's almost like a joke, we want it back, right? So flow is used for that. We can sometimes just say in the zone, or peak experiences is also good, and so on. So this is what flow is. This is something I'm sure we all want. We've all experienced in some way, and this is how Mihai had put it out, that you need to get your skill level high enough and your challenge level high enough to get into flow. And when they're matched, it's good. Otherwise, you're going to be bored, or you're going to be overwhelmed or anxious, or that sort of thing. So important for us to kind of right size that. What I find remarkable about that state of flow is that it's oftentimes experienced through unremarkable tasks and challenges, as long as you've set it up well with the big picture. And that's what I was alluding to early up front. I can go wash dishes. It won't mean anything. But if it's got a bigger picture, it means a lot more. So I made this thing called the leadership score, just so that we can see. Michelle's worst is -10. My worst is -10. Michelle's and my worst is not the same. But I just made it this way so that Michelle can see when she's a +10 in flow, great. When Kathleen's in +10, she knows it. When I'm in +10, I know it, but it's different for all of us. So our best is +10, our worst is -10. Everything below 0 is when you're in survival mode. All of this is relative to the challenge that you put in front of you. So if I sit here and I say, I've got to get all 10 steps done in 12 minutes, I'm going to be a bit in survival mode doing this, right? If all of a sudden somebody said, I have 2 minutes left, I mean, I have a lot of experience, so I probably handle it with some level of grace after what I've been through, like from a speaking standpoint, but it wouldn't be comfortable. I'd probably be more in the survival mode realm. You can imagine that, right? So everything is relative to the challenge, the amount of time you have and how much you have to get done.
So Kelly, not to throw you into survival mode, however, you have about 25 minutes.
I love that. And I'm kind of keeping it, I have 25 minutes. I love that. Thank you for that. All right, so what we want is when we are in that -10 or -5 or survival mode state, we want to get our levers adjusted so that you lower the measurement, increase the time frame, or identify more obstacles more quickly and overcome them by doing the actions just like we did in the previous couple of steps. That's kind of your third lever, is find out what's missing, put it in place, do it quickly, get that book published, get that body handled, get that whatever you're up to done, okay? And that is what helps to move you as almost like an elevator ride up to the upper level. All right, everybody cool with what we've got so far? And I'm such a good Gen Xer saying cool, aren't I? I'm learning generations lately and I'm just loving it. I'm okay with being cool about being uncool. All right, actions. Take a look at your obstacles, take a look at your goal, and just write down one action. Just one action that you can do sometime, maybe this weekend or Monday morning, something that would get you in the direction of what you need to do. And I mean a very doable, if you handed it to somebody else, it would be a small, maybe 30-minute or 2-hour thing, and they would understand it if you handed it to them the way you write it down right now. All right, how many of you feel like you got something that's pretty clear, a single step that you could put out there? Good, 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 excellent, thank you. All right, and this is a part of the last aspect. I'm gonna go through quickly on these last ones because they're important to understand how to do this so that you're in flow. But part of that is being clear about your big picture, bringing it down and engineering that into what am I up to overall and what are the problems with this, the obstacles, what are the actions I need to do, writing the actions so clearly that it's not, you know, I need a handyman to come in and fix my place. Nope, I need the handyman to come in and to put plumber's tape around the pipe in the bathroom where there's a leak under the sink, right? That is clear. The handyman would know exactly what part of the house to go to, correct? You've got to give yourself marching orders that are so clear that you don't sit down to do the stuff and you go, oh, there's dust bunnies under the refrigerator. Let me see if I can go get those. No, you want it so easy that you can do the thing that there's never a question. There's not even a moment that your brain could just take over and take you in a different direction. All right, that's part of your responsibility as the driver. Oops. You didn't get music on that one, sorry. So when you're doing this, I want you to prioritize clear single tasks. I always say just leave 5. Put a list on your desk that's 1 through 5. It's even better if it's on a whiteboard, right? So you just put 1 through 5, you put the 5 most important next tasks so clear that somebody else could take it over if they knew what you knew and they know exactly what needed to happen to make it get done, because you're about to go into flow doing the things that you want to do. So if you know what the next 5 things that are going to make the most impact on all your goals and your responsibilities in life, you now have a list of 5 priority task items. That's number 6. And that should come from all of this. So maybe it's, instead of handle membership, it becomes contact 3 potential members about our club, right? And maybe if it's find an obstacle, becomes change my filter from I can't take on a role to I will take on a role and handle my other responsibilities. That's just, one simple change in a filter. We've all had to change these. You just don't know you were changing them consciously or unconsciously, right? Number 7, you're not going to know this acronym until I point it out, but you just spent a decent amount of time on the comfort zone. Do you remember what the parts of the comfort zone were? R for refresh is resources. The F is filters. The S is stops, and the H is habits. The way to handle getting into flow is do 3 things. The first one is refresh. You've got a list of 5 priority items you need to do now, right? First one you want to do is take the first priority item and just refresh. What does that mean? Well, what resources do you need to accomplish this thing? Because you're about to go into a session, maybe for 25 minutes, maybe 50. I want you to set a timer because it makes it more of an adventure for you. But before you set that timer, grab the resources you need for whatever this task is. If I were handyman or plumber, I'd make sure I had the plumber's tape. I'd make sure I had the wrench to loosen up the pipe in the bathroom. In your case, you may want to have a certain application or certain software up on your screen. You may have to grab some papers from someplace. Whatever it is, grab everything as a resource. Adjust your filters. I don't want to do this. What do you want as a filter that would make this happen? Oh, this could be fun. Great filter. More so than I don't want to do this. Right? If you can make bookkeeping or something like that fun, can you imagine what you can do with the things that are actually fun? Like, it's so easy to do this, but you have to see these components. So what stops are there? Oh, I feel like, I feel queasy or something. I feel weird about doing this thing. It's not a here and now thing. You're not sick. You got enough rest. So you just do something to eliminate that stop that sits there in your body. And then the habits. Oh, I like to check my phone. Like, I actually have my watch connected to my phone when texts come in, and there's a birthday party being created on my wrist right now. That's not very good to be in a keynote and having a conversation and have that go off. So I just thought a few minutes ago, wouldn't it be great just to turn off my phone if I'm going into a keynote, so I don't have my arm buzzing like every 5 minutes or whatever. I love and want to celebrate the birthdays and do all of that, but I don't necessarily want this in my flow session or in a speech or anything like that where I want to be completely present, right? So all of these are, what do I need to do to make sure that I'm 100% present and my focus is 100% with this, and I can just go right through it, get into flow and go to the higher level of performance. Next. I'm going to do this quickly. It's what I just said, but what resources would you need to make this one task happen? Or you can do all 5 tasks at once. Just set them up, all 5 of your priority task list. What filters do you need to upgrade? What stops or habits are holding you back? Next, number 8, SAFE, acronym for you need to schedule this. Schedule your time to do the work on your priority task list. Set it up. The A, get agreements so that somebody is taken care of, even if they're not taken care of during that 25 or 50 minutes. I'll be with you in 50 minutes. Does that work? get an agreement so that you can stay in the session for 25 or 50 minutes straight and then address what that person needs. But you're setting it up and scheduling it and getting agreements so that you can actually be there and stay focused and you're not just all over the place with it. The F is flow body. Flow body means you slept last night. You're rested enough to do this. You've eaten nutritious food. You've moved your body. You've drunk enough water, or you have hydration right there with you. Your body is actually ready to be in this session and do the work that you need to do to make your meaningful outcomes happen. And then E is the environment. I love music. It actually drives me into focus. Somebody else loves quiet. Create the environment around you such that you're most able to go into these higher levels. And there's certain music I love. If you put on, I'm sorry to say it, country music, I'm not going to be happy. It doesn't make me go into flow. But if there's certain other music that does make me go into flow, and it's not even always fast music. Sometimes it might be Vivaldi, little Four Seasons, right? And it just sits in the background and it helps me to stay focused. So that's the safe part of this. Schedule it, get agreements, get your flow body, meaning you're in the best condition for the energy and everything that you need to be in, and get the environment set up so it really supports you. The ninth one, and this is basically what I just explained with that, right? So the ninth one is get set. This has to do with your brain. When you go into flow, what happens is the self-consciousness goes quiet. Your effort experience goes down. Your time understanding goes away. Tell me if you've ever experienced that, where it felt like it was like 5 minutes, but it was actually an hour. Raise your hand if you've ever gone into flow and you're just like, whoa, that was like an hour? That felt like it was 5 or 10 minutes. I see so many people have already experienced flow. What I'm giving to you here is maybe you do that 1% of the time or 5% of the time. You're lucky if you do. But I'm going to give it to you here so that you can set it up so you can have the percentage be much, much higher than that. Because you need flow a lot of times to get really cool stuff done. All right. So get set is the default mode network, which is normally running in our brain, goes into the future, goes into the past, keeps us safe, goes quiet when we go into flow. We're in the task positive network. Okay. One can be on, the other can't. So you shut down the default mode network, which tries to determine self-consciousness. Oh, if I do this, they're not going to like that. If I do this, they're going to think this about me, yada, yada, all that goes away. And you probably do your best work because it all shuts down. So it's selfless, effortless, timeless. If you can affect that by getting that as quiet as possible, then the brain has a better chance of taking that over and putting you into flow more quickly. So when you're sitting there and you're about to do bookkeeping and you go, oh, I don't want to do this, change that filter, stop estimating effort, get that to quiet down. Okay, I can do this. Get a little curious. And then your brain has a better chance because you're not fighting this selfless, effortless, timeless kind of aspect of this. All right. And then number 10. All right, set. What does it feel like to be in flow? I think you guys kind of get that in terms of the selfless, effortless, and timeless. So release the self-scrutiny, etc. Number 10 is just press play. Decide how long you're going to work. 25 minutes on, 5 minutes off, walk away from the space. 50 minutes on, 10 minutes off, walk away from the space in that 10 minutes. Whatever that is, there's something called the Pomodoro method, where it's only called that because that's the Italian name for tomato. And it was a tomato-shaped timer from the kitchen that this gentleman was using to put himself into Pomodoros. I'm going to work for 25 minutes and I'm going to take 5 minutes off. I'll work for 25, take 5 minutes off. Do whatever you want. Just get away from your computer or whatever for those 5 minutes. But that just press play is hitting the timer, going into that first item on your priority task list. You've already set it up with refresh, safe, and set. And now you go into the session, you're sitting there doing it. 25 minutes goes by, you feel like it was only about 5 or 10 minutes. Walk away, go to the bathroom, get a glass of water, press the timer again, work on that one or on the next one if you're already finished. Now you're starting to work through all of the priority task items that relate to this beautiful vision that you created up front. And you keep all of that process of steps 1 through 10, which really rolls up to 0, 1, 2, 3 as a process in place. You stop falling over invisible ropes. You stop face planting. You start putting meaning in the world. I can walk along and I see Harriet has a fingerprint on the world that wasn't there before. And I'm like, wow, you know, that's special. I don't care what it is. If it came from you, it's special. I mean, each one of us gets to speak in this world in some way. So create the game or competition using the clear, actionable tasks and time just to challenge yourself. And the ironic thing about that is time becomes the adventure, but time then becomes timeless because you just don't feel time in flow. All right. Yeah, and that's what it looked like for the Pomodoro. This is one of my clients. He actually just got brought into Techstars. He increased on a daily basis. He's about 300% increased in his performance, his productivity. But in that 2 months that he went through this, he increased what he'd done in 2 months. He did exactly as much programming on his company's program as he'd done in the previous 12 months combined. So it was literally a 6x for him, just in the very 2 months that he was working on this and learning it. So if that was a lot for you, I'm going to give you a shortcut. 1, create a small, single, actionable task. 2, dump all obstacles to doing that into a parking lot, either a Word document on your computer or a piece of paper on the desk. Just write everything down, get it out of your head so that you can be focused on number 1. Number 3, press a play on your timer, and then just go into flow to accomplish your outcome. This is kind of a shortcut. The bigger picture being what was in the previous 10 steps that I shared. That helpful? Okay, all right. So what we're doing with this is think of reward as your vision, your goal, the thing you want to attain. Think of growth as you 2.0. The reward is vision 2.0. A lot of people hang out here. That's not y'all. It's Saturday. We're here. We're online together. Like, that's not y'all right here. Some of y'all are going to be in here where you've grown, but you're not getting the same rewards that you expect, right? You might need to improve your strategy to get the rewards that are the level of the work that you've done. Some of y'all, and probably less of y'all here, are going to have the social media problem, which is I see it on social media, so I should have it, which means I don't grow. I don't become Kelly 2.0, but I want vision 2.0. It's a lottery, it's entitlement, and it's not cool. Okay, you've got to have you 2.0 equal the way the world looks, or else you're building a house of cards and it will fall apart. So what we really want is you 2.0, vision 2.0, fulfill your potential. This is the best case scenario. This is the most of you that we can get. Anything short of that, where you don't grow, it starts to fall apart. And we don't want that. We don't want that at all. All right, this is what I showed you earlier. And you actually know most of the aspects of this now after we went through that. You want to keep it in the zone so that you're really humming along. You want to go to those higher levels, fill your autopilot or your vehicle so that you can stay a driver or intelligent or conscious and get to those higher levels of flow mode. If you can do that and stay out of survival mode, you now have the potential to just create more great stuff in the world. And we really, really do want to hear from you. Sit in the driver's seat, set the destination, upgrade the vehicle, drive and flow. It's pretty easy, pretty simple even. And the more you get conscious of that, the more the world gets to hear from you. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Kelly. Wow, I took so many notes. My hands started cramping up and I had to yell over at Mervin. I'm like, take notes, take over. I can't do it all. Please, please help me. Well, I'd like to create a small little waterfall effect in the chat box. Okay, so don't wait for the question. Okay, I'm going to give you the question first, and then I will tell you when to go and post it in the chat box. What's one word or short phrase that you can think of to describe what you've learned today, how you feel, any one of those things? All right, so think about it for a second. What's one thing that you learned from this session or how it made you feel? Okay, up, Mervin, did I say post? No, I didn't. Look at you, jumping ahead. Okay, here we go. You ready? It's gonna be a waterfall effect. All right, and go. Meaningful, inspiration, relaxed, enlightened. Let's see, higher, I'm not sure what that means. Higher gear, okay. Inspired. Ooh, Teresa, wiser. I like that one. More inspired, charged up. All right, I can see Bob's gonna get in the car and start revving that motor. Awesome. Motivated. Aha moments. Leadership. Yes. Focus. Vroom. Yeah, there you go, Bob. Fantastic. Well, I have another surprise for you all. Refreshed, and she's even capitalizing. Oh, good one, Cynthia. Yeah, I want to be the Maserati too. Can I look like the Maserati, Michelle? I would like that as well. And Kelly, between Kelly and Ty, they're going to help me get there. Mervin's never going to know what hit him. Yeah. Anyways, we won't talk about Mervin. I have a surprise for you all. So the district has purchased a couple of things from Kelly, and I have selected 3 winners by, oh, Dr. Mansour says he needs a new car. All right, Mansour, we'll have to work on that one. Anyways, the district has purchased 3 sets of Kelly's books. All right, and I actually have my own copy, which I'm absolutely in love with. And I'm still working on it. I'm only on book number 2. So it's taken me a while. I have to set small goals for reading because I just don't have the time. So I would like to announce who those winners are. So by random order, our first winner is B. Where is B? Our lovely Miss B. Where are you, my dear? Please come on camera. Can I see you? Where are you? Where are you, Miss B? Oh, there she is. Love Miss B. So Miss B, you are our first place winner, and you get a set of all 3 books and a 1-hour coaching session with Kelly. A 1-hour private coaching session with Kelly. Yeah. Ooh.
Oh my goodness.
So B, thank you for participating and being here as our first place winner. And drum roll, please. Hold on, let me go back to my random order. Okay, and our second place winner for today is Janice. Where's Janice? Janice, where is Miss Janice? Can you come on your camera? I know you're here because I checked you off as being here and in the room. She might have run off to lunch already. Oh no, nope, she's still here. Janice, where are you? Come on your camera. Come off of mute, please. Janice, you are our second place winner. Janice is in the Baltimore VA Toastmasters Club, and she also gets a complete set of the books, all 3 books, as well as a private 1-hour session with Miss Kelly. All right, Janice, if you stepped out, you went to the restroom, don't worry, we got you. I've got you down, so that's on lock. It's all yours. All right, and then it's Janice. I'm sorry, Janet. I didn't mean to confuse anybody. Yeah, Miss Janice Horton Rainsbury. I know you're like, oh, I was so close. I was like, oh, 1 step up. Yeah, you were just 1 above her actually on the random order generator. Okay, and then finally, our last winner is Adrian Bay. Where's Adrian?
Yay.
Yay, Adrian, our 3rd place winner. And Adrian, you get a copy of all 3 of the books as well.
Yay, thank you.
You are welcome. So we will make sure that those are mailed to you, of course, because that's how we do everything these days. We like to mail things to you, and I will make sure that our 1st and 2nd place winners are connected with Kelly so that you can get your personal coaching session. And I'm very excited about this. If everyone else could please come off of mute, and let's give Kelly a huge District 18 round of applause. Absolutely. So we thank you for being here, being a part, sharing your energy with us, sharing your thoughts and comments and all your hard work. We appreciate you and appreciate everything that you've been able to share with us. Okay, so for now, guys, we are taking a lunch break, and we will be resuming today at 1 p.m. In the meantime, our distinguished Mr. Benjamin Chris, District Director, is going to share his screen for our Professionals Corner Spotlights. So please grab your lunches, hang around. I'm going to open up some breakout rooms if you guys want to go in there and chat. And Ben is going to share his screen while we honor some of the professionals that have gone above and beyond here in District 18. So enjoy your lunches, and Ben, I will let you go ahead and move them. As you're on mute, but grab your lunches, come back, and we will pick back up at 1 o'clock. Well, welcome back all. I hope that you have recharged yourselves with some good protein and perhaps a little caffeine if need be. I know it's getting a little chilly out there. Maybe a spot of tea and some crumpets or something yummy. We have a wonderful educational speaker here for you guys next. And I think this is the perfect addition to continue with our educational growth from this morning. This particular gentleman is married, father of two, and lives in Columbia, Maryland. He is a University of Maryland graduate, and he has been in corporate leadership for the past 18 years for some fairly large companies like Comcast, Target, Cintas. He joined Toastmasters 13 years ago and has never looked back. He is, by the way, homegrown, District 18. He competed in the International Speech Contest, winning second place in our district last year for 2020, and then third place in District 36 this year. Yeah, that's right, Maryland Terps, you got that right. Since joining Toastmasters, he has honed his skills as a speaker and now inspires audiences to take action. He has spoken to Army veterans, high school students, and inmates in prison. Today, he is going to talk to us about the power of habit and how it has literally saved his life. Ultimately, small changes can yield into big results. So without further ado, I give you Ty Nichols, the Habit Strategist.
Thank you, Kathleen. Listen, have you ever had an epiphany? And I mean a real epiphany, not today I realized that stressed is just desserts in reverse. Shout out to all of my fellow sweet toothers out there that are waiting for Halloween to end so they can hoard all those Reese's. I know I am. What I mean is a real epiphany, something that changed your life. I had one a few years ago. You see, I was in my doctor's office awaiting some test results. And this was fairly routine, you know, every few years I would see Dr. Jet. We'd go over some blood work. This time I was checking out my kidneys to kind of see what was going on. And we always do this dance. You know, he would tell me my blood work was fine and all of this. And then he would get to my weight. He would say, Mr. Nichols, you need to lose some weight. And I would tell him, hey, you know, I'll eat some salad. And then we would go our separate ways. But this day was a little bit different. You see, I'm sitting in his office wearing a smock or a gown, however you want to call it, waiting for him to come in, looking at the anatomy of an eyeball, trying to seem interested. And then in swoops Dr. Jet. Says, Mr. Nichols, I see your test results. We don't have any issues with your kidneys. I'm like, yes, all right, we're winning. He says, your blood work looks fine. Blood pressure's fine. Cholesterol's fine. I'm like, check, check, check. And then here he goes. He says, one more thing, Mr. Nichols. You need to lose some weight. Here we go again, Doc. Bear in mind that at this time, I was 497 pounds. I said, Doc, listen, I feel fine. You saw my blood pressure. It's awesome. Blood work is good. I feel good. Everything is great, man. Like I said, I'll start eating some salads. I'll get on something. He says, well, hold on. You said you feel fine. How does your spleen feel? My spleen? Doc, I don't know what a spleen is, nor do I know what a spleen does. He goes into detail about how the spleen protects us from disease, cleans our blood, so on and so forth. And I'm like, Doc, what does all this mean? Said, listen, Mr. Nichols, your internal organs, such as your spleen, are under extreme duress due to your weight. You need to make changes now. I said, oh, that was kind of I was taken aback a little bit, like, wait a minute. He said, you don't want to be here 10 years from now, suffering from a stroke, heart disease. And then doc started to scare me a little bit. And then he took it to the next level. He reminded me of my sisters. You see, two of my sisters in the past 10 years have passed away, one due to cardiac dysrhythmia and one due to cardiovascular disease. Both of these beautiful sisters of mine were clinically obese, and that weight that they were carrying contributed to their untimely demise. And Doc brought this up to me, and I was shaken to my core. I was driving home and I couldn't take my mind off of it. Doctors tend to do this. They tend to scare you, but this changed the entire gambit for me. And I said, I've got to do something different. And I remember I've tried all the diets. I did the Atkins, I did the Jenny Craig, I've done the keto, I've did all of these things, and nothing seemed to work. The reason that they didn't work because I was overly goal focused, but I'll get into that a little bit later. I said, all right, I got to figure something out. So I started doing research. I was looking at discipline and I was looking at willpower and I was reading books about that. And those didn't seem to really hit the button for me. And then I came across the likes of a BJ Fogg. I came across Charles Duhigg. I came across others who have been studying habits for decades. And I thought, I found something here. This is different. This isn't a diet. This is a long-lasting change with incremental measures. So I started implementing. And I'll get into some of that later, but I utilized implementation intention. I even used what we call the Seinfeld method. And I was able to lose over 160 pounds. And I'm still going. And I'm still going. On the left, you'll see here, this was me at Target, working 80, 90 hours a week. Not a care in the world in terms of health. But it was right around that time I saw Dr. Jet. 2 years later, not only had I got my physical being together and still going, but once I was able to get my physical health together, I was able to focus on my mental health. Then I was able to focus on my spiritual health. Then I was able to focus on my financial health. All of this stemming from really getting my physical health together. Today, that's what we're going to talk about. And I'm going to keep it very simple. We're going to talk about the science of habit, what habits are, why they're important, how do they work. And then we're going to pick up some tools that you can use today. Not stuff you have to think about. You can start using some of these tools today to make long-lasting change. And again, I want to point out some people that have influenced my thinking in this regard. As I stated, BJ Fogg, great researcher out of Stanford University. Nir Eyal, another great scientist that contributed to the works of BJ Fogg. Again, Charles Duhigg, a great book he wrote by talking about the power of habit. Dan Pardy, also great researcher, and even James Clear. And I'll bring up some of James Clear's stuff as well. Another great researcher who actually put out a book recently called Atomic Habits. I think it's important to put out those folks that I'm literally standing on the shoulders of in terms of my research and in terms of habit formation and behavior change. First, I want to talk about goals and sometimes how we can overemphasize goals. I want to talk about the Good Samaritan. Now, there was a study done at a university, and they took the theology department and they said, hey, listen, we want you, the 3 cohorts, to go to 3 different buildings and teach the story of the Good Samaritan, the story of helping another in need. They're like, okay, we'll go to these. There's the classrooms are already full. We need you to go teach these lessons. They said, wait, but also you're already running behind. So we need you to hurry up and get to these buildings across campus. So off go the 3 cohorts. But also they hired some actors to stand outside of those buildings, really not stand, but lay outside of the building. And as the cohort arrived to that particular building, they would cry out for help. These teachers, these theologists, literally ran past a person lying on the ground in need to teach a course on helping a person in need. This, I think, is where we can become too hyper-focused on the goal and miss the bigger picture. We can miss the bigger picture being hyper-focused on the goal. As I said before, I thought to myself that those diets I was on, the diets didn't work. The diets didn't work because I was so focused on the result, the goal, that I didn't follow the process. I didn't follow the system to its entirety because I was so goal-focused. Think about it this way. If you're a coach, your goal is to win a championship, but how you win that championship is how you practice every day with your team. If you're an author like Kelly, your goal is to write a best-selling book or multiple books and get them published. But to get that book done, it's how you're writing every day, methodically, writing and rewriting, as authors would say. If you're a parent, you want to grow up upstanding, good citizens. Well, that's how you teach them every single day and follow up and grow them up as individuals. I want to ask a question. As we're looking at habits and we're understanding that, goals are the focus. They're important. You need to have a direction. You need to have a place that you're going. Without a goal, you don't know where you're going. They're important, but a more important focus should be the system. And the greatest system is habit formation. When you can formulate the right habits, they will propel you towards your goal. The question is, how many days does it take to create a new habit? How many days? Drop it in the chat. How many days does it take to create a new habit? What is your understanding of how many days it takes to create a new habit? I'll be looking in the chat. Okay, we got 21, 30, okay, 20, 90, okay. Anne Marie said 5. All right. Okay. The study at University of London shows that it takes 66 days on average to create a new habit. 66 days on average. And in this study, they studied over 800 individuals, and the habits varied anywhere from drinking a glass of water after dinner to running a mile after work. Some of these took a matter of weeks, and some of them took 8 or 9 months. The point being, the reason that this is important is that I want you to understand that there's not a quick fix. Habits are not a quick fix. Oh, I'm gonna do this for 21 days and then I can forget about it. This is a long-lasting, months-long journey to create and sustain this new habit. It's a journey. Okay. Now, what is a habit? What is a habit in and of itself? A habit is simply a behavior repeated over time till it reaches a point of automaticity. Automaticity. Okay. Automaticity meaning that you no longer need to think about this habit. think about when you're leaving your home. You don't have to think about locking the door, you automatically do it. If you're putting your shoes on, you don't have to think about tying your shoes, you automatically tie your shoes. Oftentimes, we're doing 2 and 3 other things while we're tying our shoes. When you're finished ironing, you unplug the iron. Well, I don't really use iron. I just throw all my clothes in the dryer. I don't know. I don't know if I'm alone with that. I don't know. I know other guys are like, listen, I'm not iron, just throw it in the dryer. Give it a good 10 minutes. We'll be good to go. Right. But yes, so when you think about automaticity, these behaviors that are triggered, these are cues by your environment. They could be internal or external cues that can cause you to perform a particular behavior. So some external cues, like I said, could be your environment. It could be the time of day. It could be even certain people around you that trigger a certain behavior. When certain friends come around, I'm ready to party, right? When certain times of the day, I just want to kind of go to sleep. When certain friends come around, I want to exercise, right? So I feel some type of way, during the day, I just want to lay down and go to sleep, right? But sometimes they're internal. It could be your mood. It could be your thinking during that time of the day, right? That could be a trigger for a certain behavior. But let's understand what the habit loop is. Let's kind of break that down for a second. Now, I want you to think of the 3 R's of the habit loop. Now, there are a few different types of habit loops. This is one way of thinking of the habit loop, right? But it's easy to remember. First, you have the routine. Well, first you have the reminder. First, you have the reminder. That's the trigger or the cue for a particular behavior. For me, for example, when I'm called to the stage, on any stage, I automatically project my voice. I automatically breathe deeper. I speak from my diaphragm. Toes tied, come to the stage. That's my reminder. My routine is to begin to project my voice. My reward, that's the benefit you get from performing that particular routine or behavior. Oh, great speech, Ty. All right. Yeah. All right. Nice. Thank you. So that's my reward that I get for projecting my voice during a speech. And round we go for all of your behaviors. Understanding your triggers in your reward or your reminders in your reward are critical when examining your own habits and building new habits. Examining your own habits and building new habits. I want to talk about good habits versus bad habits for a second as well. Oftentimes people talk about, well, I've got bad habits, I've got good habits. Habits are still behavior. It's up to you as the individual to discern whether it's good or it's bad. A good habit is leading you towards your goals, and a bad habit for you is taking you away from your goals. I'll give you an example. So for some folks, they're saying, hey, I want to be more productive, so I do not want to watch so much TV and Netflix. I'm binge watching shows on Netflix. Watching Netflix and TV, bad habit for them. They're trying to be more productive. On the flip side, you may have an individual who wants to save more money. And oftentimes they're looking for entertainment. So they go out to shows, they go out to concerts, they go out to movies, but they want to save more money. The way they save money is by watching Netflix instead. So it's not necessarily a bad habit for them. Now, I'm sure we could point out a number of universally bad habits, right? Like excessively eating sugary foods and things like that, right? But essentially, when it comes to habits, they are behavior, and it's up to you as the individual to understand whether you're going towards your goal with this habit or you're going away from your goal. That's why I said, again, it's important to have goals, but not to be hyper focused on your goals. Why do we have habits? Why does our brain create these shortcuts and habits? What's the deal, right?
Well, it's for evolutionary purposes to save energy. I mean, your brain is the most energy consuming organ in your body, and we create habits so that it can create those little shortcuts, right?
You are absolutely right.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it.
No. I love it. I love you are the first person to jump out there and say, hey, you know what? I have the answer. I love it. He is absolutely 100% correct. This is about energy conservation. Imagine if you had to think about every little thing you were doing, right? Now we have more energy in our frontal cortex to focus on the situation at hand, right? That's why we need these habits. That's why they're important, and they can propel us in the direction that we want to go. So now that we kind of understand what habits are, how they sort of work, why they are important, let's go to some steps and some things that we can start to implement today. Some things that we can start using to change our own habits. The first thing I would say is to start small. Not just start small, start incredibly small. Now, whenever you're creating or you're putting forth a new behavior, there's always a level of friction. You want a minimal amount of friction when participating in a new behavior. This is what BJ Fogg had brought forward with tiny habits. Now, when someone says, hey, I want to start doing some push-ups, right? They say, oh, I want to start out doing 50 push-ups. Well, the friction level is very high with that, right? Pretty high. But if I said I'm going to do one push-up, what's the friction level there? Very, very, very small. That's why I say keep your initial new habit very, very small, almost ridiculously small. I remember, and you can see this on if you go to my Instagram, the Habit Strategist, I did something called 100 days in running. And what that was I was going to the gym for 100 days straight. And every day I would post an image of me in the gym. And I was implementing some habit formation strategies I didn't even realize. Sometimes I would go in the gym, I'm only there for 10 minutes, but I said, I gotta go. I've gotta make it in there to create this pattern of going to the gym consistently. And over time, the first 5 days were a struggle. Then I made it to 15. Then it was 50. Then it was 70. And by the time I reached 70, I was working out for 2 hours straight. And it was because I started so small. I committed to one small act. I was able to increase it slowly over time. As you see here, this is what Tiny Habits propagates, is starting very small and increasing it over time and keeping it very easy and adjusting as needed. You want to adjust it as needed. Sometimes you'll need to make some changes, and that's fine. But you want to remain consistent. And how to stay consistent is keeping the friction level low. The next thing I would take a look at is implementation intention. Now, there have been tons of studies on implementation intention. I'm going to tell you about just one. So in this study, they brought forth 3 cohorts, and they wanted to track their workouts over the next few weeks. The first group, the first cohort they brought in said, hey, we're going to track your workouts for the next few weeks and report back to us. The second cohort that they brought in, they said, hey, we want you to track your workouts for the next few weeks. And we're going to show you this motivational video. And we're going to give you some pamphlets on the importance of exercise. Then the third group, they asked them to track their workouts for the next few weeks. They showed them the motivational video along with the pamphlets, but they had them do one more thing. They had them fill out the following statement. I will commit to 20 minutes of vigorous exercise at this place at this time and on this date. The third group was very specific about what, where, and when their behavior was going to occur. The results. The first group worked out 38% of the time. The second group, the motivated group, only worked out 35% of the time. The motivation washed off before they even left the building. But the third group that used implementation intention, the third group that was very specific about their behaviors, when they were going to commit to these behaviors, worked out 91% of the time. If you want to increase your odds of performing a particular behavior 2 to 3 times, you want to use implementation intention. This was something that I used, and I used it time and time again, and I still use it in my sales role. Implementation intention. I'm very specific about what, where, and when a particular behavior is going to occur. Another strategy we could use would be keystone habits. Now, that would be some introspection to figure out your keystone habit, but for me, working out is a keystone habit because it bleeds into so many other areas of my life. You see, when I actually work out, I get the benefits of strength training. That's good. But I'm also tired, right? So I go to sleep, I get some good rest when I sleep. I tend to eat a little bit better because I don't want to waste that workout that I just used. Right after my workout, I have some extreme focus. My oxygen is flowing through my brain and my veins, and I'm very focused. So at no point did I want to get better sleep, that I want to eat better, that I want to sleep better, that I want to get a power focus. All of those came as a result of this one keystone habit of working out. Some other examples of keystone habits include meditation. For some people, when you meditate, that gives that clarity of mind, that breathing that bleeds into other areas of their lives. Sometimes it's visualization. I think that Kelly mentioned that a great deal about visualization, seeing where you want to go, seeing yourself on stage. I saw myself on this Zoom. I certainly did. When Kathleen was communicating with me, she said, "I want you to do this educational session." I said, "Roger that." I pictured myself right here, fresh, okay, talking to the people. All right. And I know some of you might be saying, "Well, where's the beard? We don't see the beard." I know. It's going to come back, though. It's going to come back. I'm going to get it back. So keystone habits, right? In order to figure out your keystone habit, think about some times where you performed at your top level. Maybe it was at work, maybe it was at school, maybe it was in an extracurricular event. Think about when you were performing at a high degree during something, and think about what you did during that day. Then you can kind of figure out what your keystone habit may be. A way to, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, and a way to kind of limit some of the habits that you consider bad, it would be to increase the friction. Now, I talked about how making the habit easy and making limited friction towards the new behavior. But you can do the same thing with what you consider a bad behavior by increasing the friction. By increasing the friction. For example, let's go back to the Netflix binge. When I find myself watching too much TV, I say, you know what? I've got to increase the friction to the TV. So when I turn the TV off, I throw my remote completely under my bed. Now, if I want to watch TV again, I've got to crawl. I've really got to, it's got to be a Philadelphia Eagles game for me to watch TV at this point, right? I've got to crawl under the bed. And I'm going to tell you what happens. Typically what happens is I'll come up to my bedroom and I'm like, all right, I'll turn the TV. The remote's on. Let me just get a book. Let me be productive, right? Let me just go do what I'm supposed to do. I'm not supposed to be watching TV anyway, right? So increase the friction to the particular behavior that you don't want to do. Let's talk about the Seinfeld method. So years ago, Seinfeld was working with a comedian, and his focus was to write 2 jokes like every day, right? And on his calendar, every time he wrote 2 jokes, he would make an X on that day. And he would tell the comedian, like, listen, this is how you make sure that you continue writing your jokes. And the goal becomes never to miss 2 days in a row. Things happen. I get it. You may not be able to do your routine, but the focus is never miss 2 days in a row. So every day you're Xing it out, you're Xing it out, you're Xing it out. It's a physical representation of your productivity and your commitment to this particular behavior. But then it starts to move away from the psychology of writing the joke. It just becomes, make sure I don't have any missing X's on my calendar. I did the same thing there with my workouts where I was Xing it out every day. And when I did miss a day, oh man, I made sure I did not miss another day for sure. Like it was not going to happen for me. Now that we know what habits are, why they're important, how they work, and now we have some tools for change. Now it's time to take action. It is time to take action. There's no level of excuses. There's no items that are in your way that can stop you. You have a multitude of items that you can use. You can make it small, so small that you can't say no. You have implementation intention, where you're being specific about what, where, and when you want a particular behavior to occur, whether it's reading, writing, exercising, eating healthy, procrastination, or what have you. You have keystone habits, where you're doing one particular habit that bleeds into other areas of your life. You have the Seinfeld method, where you're using a daily calendar to track your particular behavior. And lastly, we have friction. When it comes to friction, you want to limit the amount of friction to the new behavior and increase the amount of friction to a behavior that you want to change. It's been said that if you don't program your life, you will be programmed by life. Life is going to program you. You now have some tools to no longer be the victim of your habits, but you can be the architect. You can be the architect and put together habits that are congruent with your goals and your dreams. When you control your habits, you control the life that you want to live. I want you to remember to walk slowly, but never backwards. Walk slowly, but never backwards. And have patience. Have patience and embrace your long walk to greatness. Have patience in your long walk to greatness. This is Ty, the Habit Strategist. You can feel free to also reach out to me on different levels of social media to do any deep dives on your particular habits and things you may want to do. You can also see other pictures and stories that I've put together in my journey and other folks that I've helped with their journey. With that, I'll pass it back to Kathleen. Thank you all for your time this afternoon.
Let's give Ty a round of applause. Thank you so much for that, Ty. And yes, I think that was an excellent add-on to this morning, with us setting our goals, looking forward, not backwards, and really taking it down piece by piece to make us all successful. That is awesome. So I want to ask everybody a question again. Are you ready? Don't type it in the chat box until I say go. Okay. But I want you all to think of one habit that you personally could work on in your own life that you'd like to make a change with, whether making time to write your book, as some would say, or making that movie happen, or dropping a few pounds, or you name it. But one thing that you can pick up and work with and start today, all right, based upon what the habit strategist has given us to move us forward. Okay, take a minute, think about it. And we will do our waterfall again. Okay, is everybody ready? Go ahead and post it in the chat. And they're coming in here. Okay, so I gotta then scroll back up. Let's see, dropping a few pounds, eating the right foods and having the right mindset. Yes. Make treadmilling a daily habit. Boy, yeah, I hear you on that one. Controlling distractions using the friction strategy. Ooh, I like that. Making time to write my book, walking 3 times a week. Absolutely. Stop, right? Johnny's like, I'm all in. Stop from getting distracted. Lots of exercise. We've got a marathon trainer in there. Hi, Paula. Welcome. Goal setting. Excellent. Lots of exercise. What, have we all been sitting around too much? Is that what it is? Yeah, we need to all start exercising more. Overconfident. That's a good one. Ride my bicycle more often. Yeah, I sold my bike. I said, you know what? I'm tired of that thing sitting around. I'm going to go do something else. I gave it to someone who could use it better. Keystone habit to help with procrastination. Oh, I am the queen of procrastination here. I don't know anybody better than me at procrastinating. Put off today what you can do tomorrow, right? Let's see, getting more specific on the goals, dropping weight. Yeah, I need a accountability buddy on that one. Somebody who's preferably going to run behind me and push me, make me move more. Excellent. Walking, being in the moment. Yes, I love that one. And staying alive is the goal now. Thank you for that one, Mansoor. That was great. Oh, absolutely love that. That's great. Well, thank you all so much in participating and giving us your feedback from our habit strategist. And I just keep wanting to say that. I love having that in our district. That is just fantastic. So we appreciate you, Ty, and thank you so much. And thank you, Frank, for helping to promote Ty and get him out there. And I will put some of that information on how you can contact Ty as well in the chat box here in just a minute or two. Next, we have on our agenda is our club growth director and one of our area directors. We are going to play some games. So for those of you who wanted to get up and move around, we've got a game for you. Believe me. Yes, it'll be a good one. I promise. Just nobody getting hurt. That's all I can say on this one. So Tennille and Mark, if you could come onto your cameras and come off of mute. All right, so there's one. And where's Miss Tennille? Oh, there's Miss Tennille. All right, so we have, why are you looking at me like that? Miss Tennille, your one and only club growth director. And Mark, go ahead and take it away.
All right, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. And myself and Mark is going to bring you some good time and some good laughs. I would like to start the session off with Jeopardy. So Mark will take it from there. He will have, Kat will pick the teams. And so we're going to bring up the contestants just like the Price is Right. So as long as you're in the audience, you have an opportunity to win a seat on the board. And upon that, then you will be a part of the teams. Mark will be your co-host. Mark will be your actual host, and I will be the co-host for Jeopardy. Kat, please announce the players.
Okay, so got my number generator, and our first contestant is Nora Wade. Nora Wade, please come on to your camera and come off of mute. I know you're laughing. I hear you. Awesome. All right. And our oh, that's a big number. Oh, who's here? Oh, our second player is Oscar. Where is Oscar? Oscar, please come on to your camera. I know you're here because you're like signed in on like 3 times. It's fabulous. Oscar, are you there? Please say hello. Oscar. Oscar. Oscar, where are you? Either that or he's like out and about and he's just dialed in on every single piece of equipment that he has. Oh. Do we get him? Nope. Okay. Okay, we will go on to the next. Let's see here, our next contestant, if you choose, is Carmen Lee Powell. Miss Carmen, would you please come onto your camera and come off of mute? Okay. And our next contestant after that is Ekta. Ekta, are you still here? Please come off of mute. Come onto your camera. Where's Miss Ekta? Ekta, where are you?
She's there.
I know she's here. Is she off of mute?
She's off of mute. Okay, she's coming on now. She's on.
Excellent. Wonderful. Okay, and our next contestant is Tammy Pettiford. Tammy, please come off of, oh, look, I see Tammy on her camera.
Right, yeah.
That's right. Bringing it home. Love it. And so we've got Nora, Carmen, Ekta, Tammy. What, Oscar was afraid to go up against all these women? Come on, what's going on here? Let's see, one more. Let's see, who's this number? This is, oh, Teresa Hatzel. Teresa, are you still here? Where's Miss Teresa? Teresa. Did she run away? I know, I saw her too. She was here. Okay.
She's still here, but she is on mute, so maybe she stepped away from her computer.
No, she's at her computer. I can see her.
I am here for a little while.
Yay.
Okay, and those are your 5 participants. We have Nora, Carmen, Ekta, Tammy, and Teresa.
All right. Excellent. Well, can you all see my screen first off?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's get started then. So we're just going to go left to right to keep score along the bottom. And we have, so Nora, so hang on, let me, where's that? It said Nora.
Yes, I'll put it in the chat box too. Nora
Okay.
is your first person.
And then we have, who else?
Carmen is your second.
Okay.
third is Ekta. Fourth is Tammy.
Excellent.
And fifth is Teresa.
All right then. So who's going first?
Does it matter?
Just go with Nora.
All right then, Nora, pick a category and any point value.
Let's do Toastmasters rules for 300.
Very ambitious. Hold on. Just double checking something. Okay. All right. To be eligible to compete in the International Speech Contest, a member must be in good standing and have completed levels 1 and 2 of any path in the Toastmasters pathways, or have completed this many speech projects in the Competent Communication Manual.
What is 6?
You are correct. All right. That's 300 for Nora. All right. All right. And next up.
Oh, you need me? Okay, I'm gonna be like her. I'm gonna take, let's go with 300 too.
Which category?
Toastmasters history?
All right then. In 1970, Toastmasters International admitted this woman as its first female member, who later became its first female international president in 1985.
Oh my God, you're telling me something I know and I can't even think of her name right now. Oh, I know who she is. I can see her. I met her. What the hell? Oh, good Lord. Blanchett, Helen Blanchett.
Correct.
Correct, yes.
I had to think.
Good job, good job. That was a tough one, all right?
I knew it, but I see her.
Okay. All right, next up.
Next up would be Ekta.
Ekta.
Okay, Ekta, pick a category and a number.
I see she's speaking, but we can't hear you, Ekta.
Yeah, we can. Thank you for that. Yeah, we can't hear you.
Ekta, you may have
Ekta.
to type your selection in the chat. Ekta, can you hear us? Ekta, you may have to type your selection in the chat. Okay, 400. Okay, which category? I'm sorry, I can barely hear you. What? You say
The rules, maybe? Yes, Toastmaster rules, I think she said.
Toastmasters rule for 400. To be eligible for recognition in the Distinguished Club program, a club must be in good standing and have at least this many members, or a net growth of 5 new members. Ekta, you can type your answer in the chat.
Sure.
I'm sorry, what?
Is it 3 members?
Ekta, Ekta, you can type your answer in the chat if you can hear us.
All right. And
You typed it in.
she said 3 members.
She said
Nope, sorry, that's incorrect.
It's up for steal. It's up for steal. Anybody can get it.
So the first person to type it into the chat box
Oh, no.
I know, because we don't have buzzards.
Nora, Tammy says 20.
Correct. 20.
Whoop, whoop.
Tammy.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, Anita. Anybody that's playing can steal a question. Sorry. I should have said that at the beginning. My apologies.
All right. Next up.
That me? Do I still go again or?
Yes, Tammy, you'll pick a category. And
All right.
what
I
about?
do have a question. Do I get any lifelines? Can I ask people to help?
Oh, man, that is another game. That is not this game. I need
No
you to watch
lifeline?
Jeopardy.
All right. District food for 200. Let's try that.
This classic Maryland beer was the first in the nation to start selling beer in 6-packs during the 1940s.
Oh no, I don't drink that one. Let's say crab beer. I have no idea.
Yummy. That's even a thing, right? No. As delicious as a crab flavored beer sounds, not quite. And they're probably the most Maryland thing you could have, but yeah, nope. Anyone else?
All right, the question is up for grab. Go ahead and type your answer in chat. Please type your answer in chat then. Question is up for grab.
Right again.
Okay, well, Harriet, yeah, okay, that's great, but you can't.
Yeah, that's not really a Maryland beer, Harriet.
All right, sorry, Mark, there was no response.
All right.
Except for Harriet, who said
Budweiser. All right then,
and
correct
Clyde, who
answer.
said National Bohemian.
All right, so can we move on then?
Yes, reveal the answer.
Okay.
What's the answer?
Correct answer was yes, Clyde, Natty Boh.
Natty Boh.
Natty Boh.
All right. So I guess Teresa, you're up to pick a category. Teresa, if you can hear us.
District
You're still
nature
on mute.
or 500.
District nature for 500.
I have no idea.
Maryland is home to 2 medically significant venomous snakes, the timber rattlesnake and this species.
Copperhead.
Yes, very good.
So that was out of Mervin's mouth into Teresa's head. He said it right when Teresa was yes.
You're welcome.
I'm through.
All right. This is the first round. The next round is up. Let's go.
All right.
Mark.
Nora, go ahead.
I'll take Toastmasters rules for 500.
At least 2 weeks before club elections, each club president must appoint a club leadership committee consisting of 3 good standing members, one of whom being this officer as the chair.
What is the immediate past president?
Correct. Very good,
All
Nora.
right. Next person up is Carmen.
Let's see what there is. I'll go down. I'll take 500 for history.
In 2018, Toastmasters International moved its headquarters from Rancho Santa Margarita, California, to this Colorado city.
I just know it's in Colorado. I don't know where's the name of the city.
Denver.
Okay, pass.
Teresa.
Anyone?
Can't help nobody.
No.
Rancho?
No.
Nope, sorry, that's incorrect. So it's up for grabs then.
Okay, I have Nora with Denver.
No?
I
Tammy with
have
Denver.
Tammy with Denver.
Also no?
Does anybody have another answer besides Denver?
It's Colorado Springs.
Hold on, we'll let you guys in the audience call out after the contestants fail to answer. All right.
South of Denver.
Colorado Springs.
Right, that's a city.
Oh, Teresa said Colorado Springs.
Nope.
No.
Teresa already guessed.
Oh,
I think.
so that'll be a no, Teresa.
Okay, thank you.
And go ahead, Mark, reveal the answer.
Englewood.
Englewood, yes. You're
Close
right
to
there.
Denver, but yeah.
Marvin, go get you.
All right,
Mervin
Jen.
says south of Denver and north of Colorado Springs. All right, the next person is Ethta. Go ahead and select.
So she
She
says
said food for
100.
100.
Yep.
District food for 100.
Yes.
This spice's original name, Delicious Brand Shrimp and Crab Seasoning, was later renamed after a steamship route that operated on the Chesapeake Bay from 1840 to 1962.
Teresa, we can hear you. All
Go ahead
right,
and type
Ethta,
it
do
in
you
the
have a response? She
There
said
it is.
Old Bay.
Old Bay is
That is
correct.
correct.
Good
Ethta.
job.
Old Bay it is. Yes. Tammy, your selection, your go.
All right, we already established I know nothing about food. So let's do district nature for 300.
All right.
This state tree of Maryland is known for its whitish bark and gray twigs, and sometimes around its 50th year begins to produce acorns, up to 10,000 annually.
I feel like everybody is yelling at me that they know the answer, but I have no idea. So let's just say oak tree.
Correct. The white oak.
Wow, Teresa. I mean,
Close
Tammy, you knew
All
the
right.
answer and didn't even know.
No.
Teresa, it's your go. Teresa, make a selection.
District food,
What's the
500.
total? All right, going big.
Similar to haggis, this Maryland dish is the lining of a pig's stomach stuffed with sausage, breadcrumbs, potatoes, and onions, sewn close, and then simmered and baked. Yummy.
What the what?
Oh,
Oh,
I think
Teresa?
oysters.
I'm sorry, what?
Teresa said oysters.
Oysters. Right. People enjoy the lining of a pig's stomach on the half shell. No, sorry.
No.
And
Right,
this question
that's
is up for
what
grabs.
that's what oysters really are, huh?
Yeah,
This question is up for grabs. Please, contestants, type your answer in the chat box. This question is up for grabs. We know it is not oysters.
I think Mark should get bonus points for saying yummy.
Anita?
What is scrapple? Not even sure what scrapple is, but no.
That's what it seemed like.
Scrapple,
Chitlin
yeah.
says Tammy.
Chitlins, whatever that.
Sorry for that.
Mark, chitlins is the answer?
No.
Gotta be a no, Tammy. All right, Mark, reveal the answer.
All right. Yeah, that was kind of a tough one. Stuffed hog maw.
Oh, hog maws.
That's
All right.
nasty. That's just nasty.
It's American.
Oh.
All right.
Paula says
All right.
this is so
Thank you.
entertaining. Clyde said chitlins are pig's intestines.
Indeed.
All right, Nora, it is your go.
Oh, boy.
Come on, people. Look at the score. Let's try to make it happen. We still
Well,
have some daily doubles.
I love rules, so we'll go with Toastmasters rules for 200.
All right, Nora.
Each club is allotted 2 votes at district council meetings, one for each of these 2 officers.
What is the president and VPE?
What is?
Correct.
You're correct. All right, Carmen. It is time for you to go.
Time for me to go? Let's see. Let's go to with history, district history again. I'm gonna go for 500. What the heck?
You said district history? Okay. Before Delaware was settled by Europeans, this area was home to Native American tribes, including the Susquehanna, Nanticoke, and this tribe, also known as the Delaware people. This is a tough one, I realize.
I'm living in Delaware, so you think I should know, but I'm not a Delawarean. I'm a foreigner. I don't know.
So, Carmen, what is your answer?
I don't know this.
All right,
All
up for
right.
grabs.
It is now up for grabs. Contestants, please put your response in the chat
Bonnie
box.
Lenape.
No, no. What is-
So from the participants of the game, put your
Hey,
answer in chat.
It's even funnier when they all yell them out. Jacinta said Lenape. Lenape? She said somebody with an L.
Lenape.
How about Cherokee?
You have to put your answer in the chat if you
I
want
think
to.
that was Teresa. Teresa said Cherokee. All right, Mark, if you have not heard the right answer, please reveal.
All right, correct one was Lenny Lenape.
Oh my, no.
Jacinta, you had it almost right. You forgot the first part.
Yeah. Okay, Ekta, you're up.
Hector said rules for 400.
Okay,
We
that's
don't
not
have rules for
available.
400.
That's not available. Toastmasters rule. We already did that one, Ekta.
You want to change it?
There's one up for 100.
Hector, you want to change your
Ekta, your mic is still muted, so you have to pick another one.
All right.
Why don't you give her 100?
She said nature for 100.
Yeah.
Okay, District Nature. Delaware Bay is home to more of these marine animals than anywhere else in the world, which have remained mostly unchanged for the past 300 million years.
Hector, did you type your answer in the chat box?
Actually, if you don't know, you can just hit type in pass, and we'll.
Okay, it's open up to
Okay.
the contestants on the floor. Nora said crabs.
More specific?
Tammy said crabs.
Right, more specific.
Leatherback.
Nora
No.
said blue crabs.
Nope, sorry.
Leatherback crab.
Carmen said leatherback crabs.
Okay, let's go with people who are playing.
Carmen is playing.
Carmen's playing.
Oh, Carmen said that. Okay, no, Carmen, sorry, that's incorrect. And please type your
No,
answer.
you can't go again.
Oyster crab.
Tammy said those crabs.
Oyster crabs. Are
That's
those a
Teresa and
thing
them
now?
oysters.
I said it. I don't know what it is. I don't eat seafood.
All right, Mark, if you haven't heard the correct response, please show the correct response. And please note Teresa's having oysters for dinner. Let's go.
Right. It was, in fact, the horseshoe crab.
All right. Thank you so much. The next person would be Tammy.
All right, I gotta catch up to Nora. I'm not confident in this category, but I'm gonna go district food again for 400.
Go ahead, Tammy.
Ireland's official state dessert is this cake, designed in designated in 2008 and made of impossibly thin layers, 8 to 12, of cake and icing stacked high.
Oh, I love cake, but I have no idea what this one is. Dun, 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 dun.
Is that a pass, Tammy?
Yeah, pineapple upside down cake.
Nope, sorry.
All right, Nora said Smith Island cake.
Could be.
Yes, indeed. Very good, Nora.
Good answer, Nora. I don't even know what that is.
Darn it, I tried to catch up with Nora. Now she's surpassed.
Okay.
All right, Teresa,
Teresa?
it's your go.
Oh, district food 300.
All right, closing the category out.
On May 23rd, 1774, Maryland residents of this town reacted to the news of the Boston Tea Party by staging a similar protest, dumping a shipment of tea into the Chester River.
Teresa?
Teresa,
Yeah.
you're muted.
It's aside from dumping tea, dumping.
All right, Teresa, what's the
I would say,
name?
here go back with this again. It's not oysters. I would say dumping.
We're looking for the name of the town.
Oh,
Residents of this town reacted to news of the dumping a shipment of tea into the Chester River.
Boston.
All right, we'll take oysters again, Teresa. The town name is oysters, but go for it. Mark, is that the correct response?
I'm not even sure what her response is.
It's Oyster Town.
She said Boston. You think?
No, she said Oyster Town.
Is there a Boston in Maryland?
No, she said Oyster Town.
Oyster Town.
Yes. Oh, Beth says she said Boston. I'm sorry.
I said Boston.
So yeah, she did say Boston. Is that a city in Maryland?
Oh, no, Chesapeake is in Maryland.
Yes, it is, but we're looking for residents of this town reacting to the new. Okay.
Maryland residents is.
If that's not the correct answer, we must move on.
Salisbury. I don't care.
Okay. And with
Okay,
that
then.
not being correct,
Tammy.
the question is now open to the rest of the contestants.
Tammy
No.
said Baltimore.
No, sorry.
Does anybody else have a guess?
Annapolis.
No.
Carmen said Annapolis.
That's a guess.
All right. Mark, put the correct response in the box.
All right. That'll be Chestertown.
Yeah, Chestertown.
Sorry, I give a
Maryland.
hit.
Yes. Oh my God, yes.
Of course. All right. All right. Nora, you're up.
All right, well, I'll close out the category. Toastmasters rules for 100.
This club officer holds the fourth highest club rank, right above secretary.
What is VPPR?
Correct.
Yes.
All right, Nora. Yes. Carmen, it is now your go.
What am I going to now?
You're
Pick
picking
a
a
category and
category.
Okay, let's go. Let's go with district history. 400.
the first scheduled steam railroad in the U.S. began in this Delaware city in 1831.
Wilmington.
No.
All right, it's now open for the rest of the players. Please type your answer in the chat. Tammy says Dover.
No. Oh no, Tammy said Baltimore, which isn't in Delaware.
No, that was my last answer for the
That was
other.
her, yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
My geography is bad, but I knew that much at least.
All right, with no one
Anyone?
responding, Mark, share the answer.
Okay. Newcastle. All right. Ekta, you're up. Ekta, you can type your selection in the chat.
History for
100.
100.
District or Toastmasters history?
She said whichever one you think she know the answer to.
Okay. Ekta, Toastmasters. All right. 100. Toastmasters began as a series of speaking clubs organized by this man. Ekta, you can type it in or type in pass.
She
Okay.
passed.
For grabs.
Smedley. Ralph Smedley.
I think
Teresa
Nora.
said Ralph Smedley.
Okay. I think Nora typed it in first, but we'll give it to Teresa.
Thank you.
Okay. All right then. Tammy, you're up.
Toastmasters history for 400.
This U.S. president personally issued a letter of praise to Toastmasters International for promoting competent communication in a complex world.
Let's guess Reagan.
No.
All right, it's open to everyone.
Bill Clinton.
Bill
Carmen
Clinton,
says
no?
Bill Clinton.
No? Harriet?
Truman. All right, Mark, reveal the answer.
All right.
Right. Richard Nixon.
Okay.
All right, with that being said, that was the last round. So the scores are at
No,
this
no, no, no,
time.
no, 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 no.
We're
Teresa still has a
Oh, I
turn.
got around. Thank you.
All right, Teresa, make it
It's
happen.
all over me.
I'm sorry, Teresa.
I gotta try to edge a little here. 400 district nature.
Maryland is home to numerous birds of prey, including this fastest living animal in the world, which can fly up to 240 miles an hour.
Eagle.
No?
Open to
Well,
the team.
specifically, what kind of eagle? What kind of eagle? More.
Oh, a bald eagle.
No.
That's wrong.
All right, up for grabs.
Oh,
A crab
Crab
eagle.
eagle. What is your obsession with crabs, people? Seriously. There's crab talent, crab beer, crab gumbo, crab Creole, coconut crab, crab fossil fuels, crab
Oh my
based
God.
religion.
Okay, enough with the crab.
great.
Mary Beth said a flying crab. I mean, Beth May said flying crab. Nora said
no,
an
sorry, that's
osprey.
osprey. No.
Blackhawk.
All right, Mark, reveal the answer.
I said an eagle.
I said Black Hawk.
That's okay. Neither of those are actual animals, but okay.
Crab chitlins.
Crab chitlins.
Go ahead and reveal the answer, Mark.
Yeah, I kind of want to just let you guys roll with this. See how far you're gonna go. But yeah, we got to schedule.
A blue jay.
Teresa, I think Teresa, you would be thrown off of Jeopardy physically if we're trying to answer multiple times. And yeah, just so you know. All right, the actual was Peregrine Falcon.
Peregrine Falcon. Okay.
And of course, as always, Mr. Mervyn Bierman did have that answer quietly as he sat in the corner.
Of course, yeah.
Oh.
The quietest ones speak the loudest usually.
They do.
All right.
Give
So
us
with
our
that being
totals.
said- With that being said, Nori has 1,500 and she's currently winning. Tammy has 700, she's second in place. Teresa has 600 and she's third place. Carmen has 300 and she's in fourth place. And Ecta, she cleans us up with 100. I would like to thank everybody for participating and getting
Thank you.
your Jeopardy.
Now go enjoy a nice cold Maryland crab beer. You know,
Ooh, I'm allergic to seafood.
That's what
crab
All right.
sandwich, crab gumbo,
Kathleen,
crab
do
and
you want to
potatoes.
share the prizes?
Yes.
Really?
So each one of you for playing today will receive a prize in the mail. And I'm sorry, but I don't have a picture of it. So you will just have to be surprised by your prize. And yes, everybody gets a prize. You get a prize, you get a prize, you get a prize. Absolutely. And you are responsible for your own taxes. Just saying, for the record. No, it's not a car. Anyways, if I could show you a picture, I would, but unfortunately, I am sorry. I was not able to get a picture of it ahead of time. So, thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am, of course.
Whose voice was that? The main voice asking the question.
That
would be me.
Mark.
Mark Pester's
Sorry,
play.
was that?
Yes, Mark, please come on your camera so the ladies may see you.
I
in
don't
the
think that's a
flesh.
wise idea at this point, but anyway, thank you all for playing. Yeah.
Okay, look, there's Mark. Yeah, so you can all see Mark. And Mark is one of our new area directors this year as well.
Voice.
Yes, he does, especially when he said the word yummy. That really caught me. Absolutely.
Oh.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for playing, and we appreciate all of you. That was a lot of fun, not just to watch you all squirm and try and figure these things out. You obviously did much better than some of us others. And I can't tell you enough that we appreciate you. So next up, because I want to keep us on target, and I would like to introduce someone who, of course, needs no introduction, but I will introduce her regardless. My good friend and someone that you all know as your immediate past district director, Miss Cynthia D. Williams. Where are you, Miss Cynthia?
Please tell me you can hear me. Please tell me you can hear me.
Oh, yep, we can barely hear you. All right, small technical difficulty there. I know she had to pop out and pop back in. And Cynthia, oh, there you are. All right, let me pin you to the front. Okay. So could you say something? Hello, 1, 2, 3. Nope. No, no testing. I didn't get that either. I can see your mouth moving.
Testing.
Oh, there you go.
Testing.
Yes.
You can hear me?
Score.
Yay! I tell you, modern technology. Hello, everyone. Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Since I was trying to get the earpiece going, of course, I tried to shut everything down. Let me just pull the PowerPoint back up and get us started. I think.
And during this process, I would just like to say, how dare you teach Mervin what hogma is? Because no, that will not be cooking in my kitchen. I'm just saying. But more power to y'all who do like it.
All right, so I'm trying to big this up before you see all the answers. Come on. Close your eyes for a second, everyone. Go to La La Land.
Yeah, everybody. Clyde, close your eyes. Sharon, Carmen.
Everybody close your eyes.
Everybody. Well, I'm just looking at these people. They got their eyes open. Teresa, close your eyes. Merlin, close your eyes. I see it. I see your eyeballs. I see your eyeballs. Close them.
Okay, they can open them now.
All right, come on back.
All right, come on back. All righty. Do me. All right. All right. So good afternoon, everyone. Bear with me. Make sure my visual and everything is correct. And very good. All right. Now we're baking with grace. All right. All right. So once again, I guess a third time, good afternoon, everyone. And it's good to see you all. I am Cynthia D. Williams. As Kathleen said, I am the immediate past district director. And yes, I am enjoying this year, but I do miss you all so very much. I do. I promise I do. So we're going to get into the 2021 District 18 of the Year Awards. I don't know, and I'm not sure if I'm in the middle of you ending your day with this. So I'm going to try to get through it all nice and neat without getting scathed or beat up. So let's say this. Let me share with you. Many members, clubs, and leaders have gone above and beyond in their service to this organization during this extraordinary times during this past year. Again, we're thinking about 2020, 2021, so keep that in mind. Every year, District 18, we look to recognize these extraordinary members. So that hasn't changed. We're going to do it again at this moment. We're looking at members, leaders, and clubs who, of course, and first and foremost, are in good standing and embodies the spirit of Toastmasters values, integrity, service, excellence, and respect for others. But in addition to that, we look at commitment, leadership, dedication, enthusiasm, and willingness to help others. Make sense? All right, so check this. It is a great honor today for me to be in front of you to be able to present to you those members, leaders, and clubs. Today, we're going to talk about, again, the 2020-2021 of the Year Awards. The awards are going to be awarded to the area director, an area director, a division director, a Toastmaster of the Year, and something new we have this year for District 18 is the Club of the Year Award. But we're going to do it in each of the 7 divisions. I'm excited about that. That's new and I'm excited about it. Criteria used for to help me solidify the winners in each category is posted on District 18. However, the ultimate decision is that of the discretion of the IPDD and the committee. But first, please know this, and I want to emphasize this gravely, that it starts with a selection. It starts with a suggested name. It starts with a name put forward. All of that to say, in essence, it starts with you, all of you out there in virtual land. It starts with you. I harp on this because I'm trying to impress upon you the importance of getting involved inside and outside of your club. I'm trying to impress upon you the importance of sharing is caring, and also the importance to hear and not hoard, but to listen, learn, and lead with love. So remember those few words that I want to share with you. So I'm asking you this, during 2020-2021 year, did you inspire someone or did someone inspire you? Did you notice that someone helping many other Toastmaster members along the way, advising, assisting, building, sharing projects, creating and leading and supporting? I ask this because if you did notice this, did you take time out to pay it forward? Did you take time out to heed the call when we said answer the survey and pick or select? Let us know who that Toastmaster member is, even if it was you. Did you take time out to pay it forward is my question to you. Well, let's get started. For Area Director of the Year, this leader embodies the spirit of Toastmasters values, like I said, integrity, service, excellence, and respect for others. But most of all, what stands out the most to me and us is her willingness to dive deep into the project that's always put in front of her. She's always looking to help others achieve their results. Always helping to build up another person. This member is truly others-minded, and I say that because she is so in-depth and indulged into what she says is her passion, which is DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. This area director led her area to in the Toastmasters year 2021 to distinguished status. With the most noticeable accomplishment was a struggling 8 members and below Toastmasters Club to a whopping 17 membered club by the end of the year. This area director is Trevon Turner, Area 56 Director. Let's give her a round of applause. She is our Area Director for 2021. She supported the club's Hola Toastmasters, Patunda Toastmasters, Why Not Toastmasters, JRW, which is her home club Toastmasters, and the Unstoppable. Again, one more time, can we give Trevon a round of applause?
Cynthia, can you turn the music down?
I don't know, does that work? Does that work?
We can barely hear you over the music.
Can I cut out the music? It was pretty, but it's gone. It's here.
Yeah.
so let's all give Sharon Turner one more time a round of applause.
Yeah, we still can't
Can you hear me?
hear you. We can barely hear you over the music.
1 second, guys. I want to take off the music.
Yeah, the music is absolutely lovely.
The
Unfortunately,
music is too loud, but you can hear
yeah,
you
we
can hear
can't.
my
We
voice.
can barely hear you over the music.
Okay, so if you give me a good 5 seconds, let me remove it completely, and then I'll pull it back up.
And then say everything you just said.
Okay. I can do that. Watch this.
And yes, we know it's Sharon now, which is absolutely lovely. And we are so pleased that you could be here and be a part of this. And we congratulate you for all of your hard work and what you continue to do day in and day out. And no, Clyde, you don't have to close your eyes again. It's okay. You've had enough of the dark lately. We need you in the light, my friend. Yes, come to the light, Carrie Ann. Come to the light. Walk towards the light.
Okay, so I'm going to try it one more time. I believe I removed it from all slides. You guys have to let me know what you hear. And if just say no if I can't hear you. All right, here we go. Try it again. Thank you, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
You hear
you,
music. No music, right?
but we don't see a slide set now.
No. Stop, technology. I'm supposed to have already perfected you. All right, let's try it again.
At the end of the tunnel. Yeah.
Boom. Here we go. Come on, work for us, sister. Share.
And here we go.
Slide deck.
And
Slide deck.
okay.
Can you hear
Ooh.
and see my slide and hear me, right?
Yes.
Beautiful. So we know it's Sharon. Congratulations. Let's move to the next. All right. All right. This leader embodies the spirit of both the values of Toastmasters as well: integrity, service, and excellence, and respect for others. This leader stands out. Her standout feature is task oriented, and she is results driven, always staying and keeping others on task. Unfortunately, Toastmasters 2020, in the Toastmaster year 2021, District 18 did not yield a distinguished division, but this division director exuded all the characteristics and drive needed to reach that goal. Their most noticeable accomplishment was leading a 6-man division with only 3 members, 3 women to be exact. Our division director of the year, supporting areas A11, A12, A14, and A15 and A16, Miss Andrea Princess Powell. Give her a round of applause. Well done, and thank you, Andrea, for definitely stepping up and pulling much weight on your shoulders. We appreciate you. All right, moving forward without the music. All right, this is the Toastmaster of the Year for District 18. District 18 chose this Toastmaster of the Year. Oh, this is that person that was sitting beside you, that noticed all, that you noticed all she had, all she was doing, all the insight on everything. She knew it all, at least it seemed. This person has so much structure, so much organization. This person showed up always to help a little or a lot. Some of the things we didn't notice when we found out she was doing it in the background. We were in awe to find out they were doing just that. This was the person that you aspire to be like. She was the person that you could relate to, and she could relate to the things that you were doing or going through. This person seemed to have all the right connections, whether those connections were the right person, the right tool, or the right words to say. She, in essence, had the hookup. Wow, this was an amazing person. This person advised, assisted, built, chaired projects, created things and led and support. This person is most notable for helping the club growth director in the 2021 year by heading up one of the committees. And they also helped another member see their way by presenting a tutorial pamphlet. This Toastmaster of the Year for District 18 2020-21 year is Kathy Lovemore. Let's give her a round of applause. Woo, 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 woo. All righty.
I am sorry to say that Kathy could not be with us today as she had a prior commitment and she was going to try and be here. She wanted to be here and support the district regardless, but unfortunately she had another commitment. So we'll talk about her behind her back.
Moving forward. All right, so this is what we have new this year. Again, it's Club of the Year, and we've asked everyone to submit clubs and thought. Again, it all starts with a selection, a name put forward, who you think should be recognized. So hopefully everyone will get involved more this year, this 2020-22 year. But let's start with the Club of the Year for Division A. President's Distinguished, making 9 out of 10 goals met. Membership qualifying requirement met. They level up by increasing by 1 member. Most notable thing for this club is that they birth district leaders. The Club of the Year in Division A, did anyone have a guess? Yell it out. Greater Newark Area Club, well done. Right, moving to the next. Club of the Year for Division B, as in bravo. President's Distinguished Club, making 9 out of 10 goals met. Membership qualifying requirement met. Leveling up by increasing by 1 member. Most notable accomplishment, they rang out educational goals like none other. And they are heavily participated in speech contests at every level. That club, anyone? MSU Toastmasters. Woo, round of applause. Moving on to the next division, C as in can-do attitude. Here we have President's Distinguished, making 10 out of 10 goals met. Membership qualifying requirement met and leveled up by increasing by 2 members. Most notable, birthing district leaders. That club, anyone knows? Anyone? Ashbury Town Neck Area Toastmasters. Well done. Woo, 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 woo. Moving forward for Division D, as in dynamite. President's Distinguished, making 9 out of 10 goals met. Membership qualifying requirements met and leveling up by 5 members. Most notable accomplishment is growing membership. And I put after this because it's fortune in the follow-up. This club found a gem in their VPPR, and that VPPR was Jerry Stevens. The club is Frederick Toastmasters. Well done. Dynamite. All right, for Division E, as in excellent and effortless. President's Distinguished, 10 out of 10 goals met. Membership qualifying requirement met and leveled up by increasing by 2 members. Most notable accomplishment, growing membership through teamwork. This club pulled together as a very strong group of women and grew. Can you guess what club? Yes, Voice of a Woman. They went from under the qualifying requirement for members to blowing it out the water, and they did it as a team. So well done, Voice of a Woman. Moving down to Division F, as in fabulous. President's Distinguished, this club was, making 10 out of 10 goals met. Membership qualifying requirement met. Most notable they actually met their goal. They didn't increase, but they met. They got back to where they were. Most notable accomplishment, oh, my battery's running low. Tenacity and change of their own dynamics. They were struggling, but they work within each other and they grew themselves, and that's SSA Toastmasters. Well done, well done. They also birthed district leaders. President's Distinguished, we're looking at for Division F, G as in Goody. What we're looking at is this President's Distinguished, 9 out of 10 goals met, membership qualifying requirements met. They leveled up by an increasing 7 members. Well done. Most notable of this club is their sustainability and their being steadfast and staying strong in their own. So this club in Division G, any guesses? You got it. Del Malver Toastmasters. Well done. Well done all to everyone. Club of the Years from our area to our division, Toastmaster of the Year and our Club of the Year. One thing I would love to leave you with is things to look out for. Ladies and gentlemen, the DLC committee, we're still looking for 3 members to join and help me with interviews, seeking out leaders in this current year in order to set up for next year district leaders, district leadership. So I'm looking for 3 more members, and you have to get in touch with me by the 1st of November. That's the deadline. I need to report.
I'm guessing, folks, that means that her battery ran out. She disappeared altogether. Poof! It's like magic. And just around Halloween, how did she do that? I don't know, but she is Miss Cynthia D. Williams. Something to consider. I have put into the chat box her current email address. So if you are interested in the DLC and being on this particular committee, if you would please reach out to her, that would be much appreciated. She is also having a Train 'em Up Tuesday, lunch and learn. So November 9th, 16th, 23rd, and 30th at 12 noon. Her target audience is going to be folks who are interested in leadership, stepping up as a club president, a VPE, an area director, division director, the trio, anything goes. We are going to be talking to folks, and hopefully I'll be able to pop in and join her on Tuesdays here in November. So please keep a lookout for that. We will make sure that we get that up on the calendar. Also, I want to make sure that everyone is aware about the events we have coming up. And let me open up my browser here again, just to let you know of a couple of things that we have got going on. So there is a lot coming up in the next couple of months, right? We know we've got leadership training, we've got speech contests, and the holidays. What? Forget about it. But we can make this happen. Plenty of time, right? And we all have time. Okay, so today we've had the October Extravaganza, which hopefully has filled you up with lots of educational moments, some aha moments, things of that nature. Tomorrow is our all hands meeting, right? That is at 6. And then also, for those of you who might not know, that Margaret Page, our international presidente, is going to be having a Serve to Grow, Grow to Serve session, which is actually from 7 to 8 p.m. And we have put it on the district calendar. So if you would like to register for that, please do so. I know I'm certainly going to be there. And then Monday night from 7:30 to 8:30 is our Mastery Monday, of course. And I will be discussing the difference between speakers and educators. Ooh, right? I can see you're all really thrilled. I can see the The whole crowd's just getting super excited. Then we have on Tuesday, best practices of consistently being President's Distinguished Club, and it's going to be a panel discussion also on the events calendar. Next Saturday morning, we've got a special treat. There is a collaboration, excuse me, between Area 41 and our friends in India. And that is where Roger Caesar, who was the in the top 3 for the international contest this last year, is going to be speaking. So please feel free to sign up and register for that. Excuse me while I choke here for a minute. And next, I would like to introduce your district director, Mr. Benjamin Christ, to give us any additional nuggets before we sign out for the day. Ben?
Thank you, Kathleen. You actually took all of my thunder. So
I'm sorry. There's
that is
more.
that's
Oh, wait.
quite okay.
There's more.
There's
Look
more.
into November.
So we will have deck training starting in November. So everyone who's an area and division director, please attend training. Make sure you register. If the registration link is not up already, it will be rather shortly. And also, just to reiterate about tomorrow is the all hands call, and we will be doing something a little different with this call, much like the feel of today's call. So you don't want to miss it. There are a lot of surprises to be had. So just make sure that you attend, tell everyone you know, because we want to have the best attendance to date. Other than that, that's what I have on my.
Oh, I got a couple more, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. I hand it back over to Kathleen.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. I've got so many things to tell you about. That's what I love about the holidays, right? Holidays are so exciting because there's so many different things to do. I wanted to let you guys know of a couple of things that are coming up in November. So Clyde, no, it has to be the 8th. Are you still good, Clyde? On the 8th? Yes, thank you. Okay, as you all know, Clyde was to be one of our educational speakers today, and he had a big health scare last weekend, and I fired him. I fired him from today. Told him he was not allowed to do anything but hang out and be a part, and he did. Very good. I'm sure his doctor would be thrilled, and so would his wife. She scares me. I'm not taking a chance there. So we still have to hear from Clyde, and he is going to be giving us his session on November the 8th at 7 p.m. He and I just worked that out in chat, and I will make sure to get that up on the district calendar. So like I said, we just worked it out. Give me a little bit. I will make sure it gets on the calendar for you guys, and we'll get it set up so you know where we're going to be. We're going to be here, same place, same time. Also, our club growth director is working with a couple of folks in our district as well, and they're going to be doing what's the worst thing that can happen, virtual meeting etiquette. And that is going to be on November the 15th from 8 to 9 p.m. I'm telling you guys, every Monday night in November, you got to be here. There's something to do. There's someone to hear from. And guess what? Your past chief judge is going to be giving his Mastery Monday on November the 22nd, talking about, guess what? Contests. So if those of you are interested, you want to brush up on your contest information, get to know the new rules, ins and outs, definitely come on out. And yes, of course, we will be recording it. Okay, so we will be pushing that out to our YouTube channel, and it will be available to all as soon as we're done taping it. And it takes us usually basically a couple of days to get it out there. So that was the remainder of the items I wanted to let you guys know about. Tennille, was there anything else that you had to add, Miss Club Growth Director? Did she have to run? I can't find her. Nope, I think she had to run back over to work. Okay. So that's all that I have. Once again, thank you all so very much for being here, being a part. Thank you to Kelly and Ty for giving us these awesome educational nuggets. I hope you guys took something away from today. And thank you, as always, to the wonderful Cynthia D. Williams, our immediate past district director, for everything that she does, has done, and continues to do. I thank you. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And don't forget, keep on checking the calendar. We've got lots going on. Have a great weekend. Thanks, guys.